Hello and welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today is the 25th of August, 2020. My name is Kerry Holzman, and thank you guys so much for joining me today, where ideally I will get a computer built today. Yesterday's video turned out to be just all motherboard testing some used products from Amazon, and they were all successful. Spoiler alert after the fact. And the one thing I omitted was that I had ordered some returned SanDisk Extreme Pro flash drives similar to these off Amazon, and nearly every one of them, I want to say every single one of them, was bad. The computer would recognize the drive, but you couldn't write or save anything to it. And then it was returned, and I bought another used one. That one was also bad. So I would advise you to not purchase any used or returned flash drive products, but motherboards. So far I've been pretty lucky, I guess, or I don't know if it's luck or it's just the motherboards are just so much more robust, and even though they're a much more complex device than a flash drive, apparently more robust. But regardless, your experience is yours. Your mileage may vary, as they say, but so far I am glad that Gigabyte did their cost-cutting measures by, not enforcing date rules on the 64-bit time clock, which is a video I will eventually make, along with adding that extra mounting hole that, as far as I know, no other motherboard manufacturer adds that other mounting hole, which is completely useless, completely redundant and unnecessary, and adds confusion for first-time builders when the case has no support for it. I'm not aware of any other motherboard manufacturer that did not enforce the 64-bit time code. It's sort of like buying a keyboard that doesn't come with a space bar. That's not a simple oops, that's basic keyboard construction, and to omit it for cost savings or because you just weren't thinking about it suggests to me the people in charge of Gigabyte are the ones responsible for these bad decisions. As a result, you can profit from it just like Gigabyte is, because when they fail to put in the basic, like in a BIOS, they're pretty much the same across the board, whether it's ASRock, MSI, Asus, or Gigabyte. These are your four main motherboard manufacturers in 2020, and none of them, except for Gigabyte, through all of my testing, and please prove me wrong, of any motherboard available for sale today that's modern, like I don't want to go back years and years, but current available motherboards, not a single board from any manufacturer of any model will allow the 64-bit time code to be a value higher than what the mathematics allow. We've always had mathematical limitations in computing. It's always existed. I remember when 500 gigabyte hard drives came out, you couldn't see them without a BIOS update. And then I remember you couldn't boot Windows 95 from a 2 terabyte or larger drive. You needed a GPT partition, which wasn't bootable. You could only have it as a storage drive, not as a boot drive. And so this is part of the danger of running older hardware. You say, well, it still works, but not only do you have major security concerns, but you're also going to lack all of the modern improvements in technology regarding memory limitation. You're going to have limits regarding storage limitation. You're going to have limits regarding performance and the speed with which the data moves across the buses through the RAM and the CPU and the chipset. You're going to have limitations on interconnectivity with USB, Wi-Fi, and even standard old everyday networking, where apparently the new standard is 2.5 gigabit, which has 2.5 gigabytes, which has eluded me. Like, I'm not aware of any 2.5 gigabyte hardware that I have come across yet. And I can't help but wonder if I should be looking into that more, because I do move very large files over my network. But if my NAS doesn't already have 2.5, is it worth replacing the NAS? Am I going to see an improvement of performance to justify that expense? And my router doesn't support it, so now I got to buy a switch. And then none of my computers have 2.5 LAN ports, so now I got to buy the LAN ports. All my cabling should be fine. I shouldn't have to recable anything, but it sounds like a lot of money. What is it going to do for me? oh, I can move my files back and forth to my NAS faster. So instead of taking 4 minutes, maybe it'll take 2. It might be worth it. I don't know. I'll revisit this in the future. I really was excited about the jump from 1 gigabit to 10 gigabit. And now, for some reason, that's been delayed, and this sort of stopgap of 2.5 is kind of an accepted new standard. Now, I apologize. I noticed there's been a delay in the stream here. Right now, I am broadcasting from the Threadripper machine, and I cannot tell you for certain if this is a Threadripper related issue or if this is an internet service provider related issue. I'm going to continue to use Threadripper throughout the week as final testing before replacing the Threadripper 1950X with a 3960X, and we'll see if the technology has improved. It's by far the worst computer for the money. It is the most money I've ever spent for the worst computer I've ever had to work on. It is a nightmare. It just haunts me. And I could have bought, $4,000, $1,000 builds like I'm doing today that would all work reliably without a problem. But I wanted to step outside of my comfort zone to see what all the hype was about. Come to find out years later, the very same people who were doing the hype are now admitting, oh, it wasn't easy and it was difficult and it has gotten so much better. Well, great. Appreciate that full disclosure 2 years after the fact, but at least we're talking about it now. I'm also finally starting to see people talk about the finicky nature of AMD products, whether it's their driver issues with their graphics cards that have been ongoing, their reluctance to make a piece of software that works, like the Ryzen Master, that will install without manual overriding, which the average customer doesn't understand, or the lack of any sort of driver update utility like Intel offers for free, the Intel driver update utility, that'll alert you when new chipset drivers for your AMD system are available to give you more stability, performance, potentially even more security. It's just up to you to find it eventually or wait for it to trickle down through Windows Update in a few months. I find all of this unacceptable. The same RAM that doesn't work in an AMD system works fine in an Intel system. And all the RAM that works fine in an Intel system, some of it will work in an AMD system. While finally we're having this discussion after how many years? Finally people are admitting, yes, this has been a problem. Nobody's saying the problem's gone away. These problems still exist. I've exhibited them here on the channel, and it's not for me to be an AMD hater or an Intel fanboy. I'm simply pointing out my experiences that you're witnessing on live videos. I don't have a dog in the race, and I honestly don't want problems. I would love to be able to build an AMD system without having to go in the BIOS and do any BIOS manipulation, without having to look at a QVL list for RAM compatibility, and have to just turn on and work like Intel systems do. Now, Intel's had a long time to refine the process and to set the market standards. So this is on AMD to catch up. This isn't for us to bend to AMD's requirements. AMD needs to bend to the industry's standards that have existed. And by the way, Intel never did anything wrong. There's no reason to hate on them. AMD hasn't done anything wrong. They're still a little premature. They need a little more time to meet with industry standards that more or less Intel defined, because AMD was asleep at the wheel for 10, 15 years. So it's not anybody's fault, and it's not a matter of hating one or hating another, or it's really just about meeting expectations for expense. Now, having said that, it doesn't matter to me, and let me make this very clear. I don't care if you want to buy an Intel or an AMD processor. I don't sell them. I don't own stock in them. I honestly do not care. I have a business to run, and I sell computers, and I fix and repair computers, and I've been doing this professionally for 29 years. And all my intent is to turn the camera on and show you what it's like to work in the industry and to understand the difference between an enthusiast and a hobbyist who hold no accountability or liability and are free to offer their opinions without any negative consequences, except to a potential sponsor. I don't have but one sponsor, and even that's new. I've never had a sponsor before. And while I'm on that topic, I haven't talked about them in a while. They're called RoboForm. They're a password manager software, one of the original password manager softwares. And I have been using the software for over 15 years. If they want to come on as a sponsor, I am flattered and honored to be associated professionally with them, because with or without their sponsorship, I'm still using and recommending their product. Always have been, probably always will. There's no point in me going to anybody else because they've never had a data breach, they've never caused a computer crash because of a software update. It just works. What they're doing for you guys, just for the viewers here and nobody else, and it's unprecedented, is they're offering 60% off the product, so it's under $10 a year. You can buy up to 5 years, but that's only good for another week. We've got, what, a week or less left of August. At the end of August, the deal is done and the sponsorship is done, so that RoboForm and I can talk about what sales numbers look like versus what their expenses were to help evaluate what a fair sponsorship price would be. It doesn't make sense for a company to spend more money for sponsorship than the amount of money of revenue that's bringing in as a result of the sponsorship. And you also have to consider renewals. When people buy the product and then they like it, they're used to it, they know how to use it, they're more likely to renew it. And so one of the considerations of measuring the effectiveness of sponsorship is also measuring the renewals, or the likelihood of renewals of people who did buy, knowing that I'm cut out of the picture at that point. Now I'm not getting any share of that, right? So they continue to profit indefinitely. So long as they're having and keeping their customers happy, customers should stick around and renew, right? But that's not on me, and I don't profit from it. So there is an added incentive of profit that's hard to measure this early. But I want to be fair to my sponsors. I want to be fair to my viewers. And I want to have as much full disclosure on this channel as I possibly can. I think you're going to find this channel is very different from anything you've seen on YouTube, in that I am very honest about what's happening behind the scenes, the frustrations, the challenges, the random attacks from strangers online that just want to watch the world burn for no apparent reason. I want you all to be aware of what's happening. This is far more difficult and complicated than it's often made out to be, because it's designed by many large, when a YouTube channel gets large, it becomes very commercial. It starts to, for lack of a better expression, it starts to sell out. Now that is a negative term. It doesn't always have to mean negative. It's up to the content creator how they wish to steer their channel. And if they wish to make 30-minute commercials for a sponsor, and that's their content, I just really want you to be aware that when you're upset about the ads that are played before a video, you should also be aware if the video you're about to watch is nothing more than a big ad. I'm not interested in that here. It's not what we do here. You're not going to find that here. I will interview guests in the industry from time to time and ask them to demonstrate their products. It's not an advertisement. It's educational to determine if that product is interesting to you, and it's giving them enough time to be fair, to give us all of the information, including price, availability, features, security, compatibility. And then that's not something I do regularly. That's once or twice a month we'll do that, just to add a little variety to the channel, but I'm not paid by the companies to do that. Let's be very clear. I'm genuinely interested in the product, right? I'm wearing this shirt, I'm wearing these pants, I have this camera, I have this monitor, I have this case. All of that is a result of marketing. So in and of itself, marketing is not a bad thing, but I want to make sure that my channel stays true to my viewers as much as possible, and far more of the ugliness and the challenges that is it's often considered unethical, well, not unethical. It's often considered unprofessional to whine or complain about the challenges somebody might face. But the truth is, by not discussing it, you, the viewer, may be left with the impression that I just roll out of bed and flip a camera on and start working, and there's none of this. You wouldn't know if I didn't tell you about random attacks, pathetic hack attempts from lame script kiddies that I'm constantly dealing with. It's so sad and pathetic. None of the people that have attacked me are intelligent. They're just people that know how to use Google. Nobody's invented a new attack. They're just like Googling stuff. And then there are steps I have to take in order to shut them down, which are, at the end of the day, they're really simple. But it's like if you have a fly buzzing around, you want to swat it. It's not hard to swat it. But if you have 3 or 4 or 5, and then as soon as you swat them, 3 or 4 or 5 more come in, it is a constant distraction that's completely unnecessary and totally voluntary on behalf of the actors. Now, I will say, through their actions, they have helped me by locking down areas that were used as vectors before. By exposing that those vectors were available through their harassment, I've been able to then acknowledge those vectors and shut them down, leaving fewer vectors that require a little more creative intelligence than a Google search, to effectively attack me. Now, why would they attack me? I've never spoken about them individually, but I can sort of pretty much tell you they're all basically male, somewhere between 15 and 30 years old. They are not married, and they are very lonely individuals seeking attention. This much I know. It's very easy to stereotype them. And in some cases, I know exactly where they live. But, I have other things to do. And that's when police get involved in restraining orders. And you need to know. By me coming out here, turning on a camera and showing you what I do for a living, voluntarily, I don't have to do it. I charge you nothing to watch the videos. You don't like it, you don't have to watch it. I have to endure criticism. I have to endure attacks. And I have to endure random hatred and spamming from companies trying to exploit my audience size so that they come in here and promote either their own YouTube channel or their product without my consent or permission. So what you'll see here in this community is very different, I believe, than you'll find anywhere else on the internet or on YouTube. And that is a sea of blue individuals here in the live chat room. And those folks are there to help me. They're there to shut down anybody looking to stir trouble, be vulgar, or draw attention to themselves through these means of advertising, spamming, and they will shut them down so I don't have to, because I'm a single one-man band of an operation here trying to keep things simple, clear, genuine, and authentic. And having all of those distractions is a disservice to you and to me from people with nothing else better to do, and for some reason want to boast about it. So because we live in this type of society, with the help of my good friends all in blue, they help me to stay focused on the content at hand. And while you may not be aware of it, there are constant attacks that are happening in the chat room during any live stream that the folks in blue will absolutely just completely remove, hopefully before I see it and I'm distracted by it. And it is one of the most amazing, most effective, and quickest responses of dealing with a threat actor that I have ever witnessed in my life, and my appreciation to each and every member in blue. And I would love to turn everybody in my chat room blue. All we're doing is identifying who's a jerk. If you're not a jerk, and you can prove that to me by being a familiar name I see in the chat room, and by being kind and supportive rather than challenging and argumentative, we don't care how smart you are. Honestly, it doesn't matter. We don't care if you're male or female. We don't care what religion you are. We don't care what race you are. We don't care about anything other than, are you a jerk? Because jerks, they're male, they're female, they're all races, they're all religions. They permeate throughout the world, and they're disguised. But once they take their mask off, which again, I don't know why they would do that, but once they do it and they're identified as being a jerk, they are immediately removed with impunity, just out of here. And I think that is so awesome. I love it. I couldn't do it without my friends in blue. And I want to turn you blue too. And so the way that happens is continue to participate in our chat room, say hello, make some friends, man. There's people in here that didn't know each other until they joined the chat room, and now they look forward. They'll jump in the chat room an hour before a video starts just to talk to each other. That's amazing. It's an amazing community. How could you not want to be a part of that? So my pride and joy of all of my accomplishments I've ever had in my life thus far, the right up at the top, if it's not at the top, it's very, very close, is this community. And we will stand strong and we will protect it. No one will poison our well. No one is going to overtake or overthrow what is not theirs. Nobody's going to come in here and steal anything. This is ours. It belongs to us. And we will defend it, and we will do it swiftly, and we will stay open and honest as much as possible, and we will be kind, and we will be supportive, or we will say nothing. Again, this is absolutely an incredible thing to witness, and I'm very, very proud of it, and thank you for being a part of it. Now, if you're new here, welcome in. I think this may not be your cup of tea. This is us hanging out, and we'll do some work. If you're more into, hey, just give me the information and let me go, there is a quick tips channel, Computer Quick Tips, which you can visit, that has these videos edited down to 3 to 7 minutes per subject matter with the appropriate subject line, so that you can find the content that most interests you and get in and get out. So we're trying to accommodate to both types of individuals. Also, these live videos have DVR mode enabled, which means if you're joining late and you don't know what you've missed, you can simply rewind the live video and play it right from the beginning. You don't have to worry about what you've missed. It's all right there. And you don't have to wait for the video to end. You can rewind it right now. I'm doing everything I can to protect my viewers, including any sort of potential sponsorships. And I failed to mention, to take advantage of the RoboForm offer, as I mentioned, you do have about a week to the end of the month. That deal's done. And the sponsorship, that will end, and then we being RoboForm and I will discuss a potential to renew that, which I hope they'll do. But regardless of that, I use the product. I didn't pay 60% off, I'll tell you that. And I thought I got a good deal at like 30% off a couple years ago, and I bought 5 years, so I'm good for a while. To access that, it's roboform.com/carry, or just look in the video notes. Please look at my video notes. There's so much information that's provided from the most commonly asked questions. Consider that the buffet. You need to go help yourself. It would be so much nicer for you to at least do that before asking for anybody to personally delivers things to you. But if you went and looked first, couldn't find it, and then asked, that's cool. But if you didn't bother looking and you're too lazy and you want people to serve you, it kind of makes me wonder why I spend so much time making the video notes. It's exhausting sometimes creating the links and everything. And so for those of you unaware, underneath the video there'll be a little text that'll say show more. You click on that. I realize a lot of people don't know how to use YouTube. They don't know how to look at a video library. They don't know or understand some of the functions of subscribing or thumbs up or thumbs down or notification, and nor are they interested, and that's fine too. Just don't be a jerk. A couple of contributions have come in for some kind and generous folks. Let's give them a shout out. Let's give them some credit. Let's see. Ooh, quite a few. Jack Craybaum contributes $5. He goes, well, I finally got in on the beginning. Yeah, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Bearpaw with £3. Hey, thank you, Bearpaw. PK Lahota with $2 said, here's my admission price from a 3% tier? Oh, 3%er. I gotcha. Dave Delafour has contributed $2. He says, I love this channel. Love your enthusiasm. Thank you for being here. Jason contributes $5. He goes, this is for you to for you to learn how to speak. No, he didn't say that. My brain often moves much faster than my mouth. Let me slow down. Jason contributes $5. He says, this is to help you keep the great videos coming. Dave Dalafer, again with a $5, or this time a $5 contribution, and says what Jason said. Sure, make me repeat it. Thank you. Manoodle and Tobisland Studios contributes €2 and says, Blue Army versus jerks, keep the purification going. Oh, that's not a word I like to use, but I appreciate your spirit. Rock and Rob contributes $2. He says, hello, everyone. Good evening, Kerry. Right on. Hey, Rock and Rob. Evan Root with a $5 contribution says, thank you, Uncle Kerry, for what you're doing for the community, and here is a little something. Again, I appreciate that very much. Wes O with a $5 contribution says, your live streams are great for background when I'm doing CAD work. And I think that's great. I used to be in radio. I'm accustomed to playing in the background. A lot of what I do isn't necessarily visual. If you've seen how a computer gets put together before, you're just going to see the same things over and over. And I wouldn't keep doing it if it wasn't for the fact that when I do it, those videos get more views. I can't explain it, but I'm not going to fight it. I mean, I got to build the machine anyway for the customer, so I'll turn the camera on and give the people what they want. But for the rest of you, just want to listen in? Absolutely. I appreciate that you do that. Damien Jez has contributed $10. Damien says, I ran the MC-Soft emergency kit and found a few threats from standalone executable files. I am responsible when it comes to software installs. I untick unnecessary boxes and etc. Should I still pay for Malwarebytes? Well, Damien, that's entirely up to you to decide. Malwarebytes is not, nor has ever been, a sponsor to this channel, nor have I ever been an affiliate for their product. I do use it, and I do recommend it. It is put on my client machines, and we only use the paid version of Malwarebytes. MC-Soft Emergency Kit and Malwarebytes Free are great products for cleaning up infections. They may not clean up all the infections, but they quite often do. But what if you just don't want the infections to begin with? Well, that's when the paid product comes in then, right? Because Malwarebytes Premium is about, I think Newegg had it on sale today for $25. Will run in your system tray. It doesn't consume many system resources. You should notice absolutely no degradation in system performance as a result of it running. And it will block the most common prevalent threats. No antivirus or anti-malware product can protect you 100%. But if you're being safe, if you're not on BitTorrent constantly and doing things you shouldn't be doing, then when you make that little mistake or whatever, you know, the software will pop up, or you click a link that takes you to a malicious website. Malwarebytes will step in and say, you don't want to go here. So for that purpose alone, I think it's worth $30 a year. Honestly, I think it's a good deal. And you don't need any other PC security software. You don't need any firewall additional to what Windows offers. And in fact, you can even keep Windows-free antivirus running at the same time with no degradation in performance or resources. Couldn't hurt. And it's really up to you though. You can clean up the infections after they occur, but then how do you know they're there, right? You just have to decide. In other words, at some point you decided, I'm going to run the MC-Soft emergency kit, and then it found these threats. Well, how long had those threats been there? Just because you didn't bother to look doesn't mean they didn't exist. So with the paid product of Malwarebytes, it simply won't allow that to happen. Most of the time, it's still possible for something to sneak through. These threats are not as prevalent as they used to be, but things, you know, there's ebbs and tides and flows and fads. And so for right now, we're not seeing computers come in for virus removals like we used to. In fact, I can't remember the last time I had a machine come in with a virus removal. We have issues with pop-ups, and we have issues with installed software that's annoying. But removing it's pretty straightforward. It's just annoyanceware. Primarily, that's a concern currently in 2020. However, that can change at any time. Ransomware is still a big deal, although it's mostly targeted to big corporations with deep pockets. If individuals do get infected with ransomware and you don't have a disconnected offline backup, you can either pay the ransom and hope they give you the key, or just call it a loss. Corporations, hospitals, municipalities, they'll oftentimes be in a position where they had no contingency, irresponsible, and have to fork out the money. University of Utah, was it? Just paid $475,000 to ransomware, not because they didn't have a backup. They fell victim, as far as I'm concerned, to a threat. So I believe the ransomware actors were able to retrieve 0.3%, so 1/3 of 1% of the university's student data. Before the ransomware was shut down, backups were restored and the university was back online. But then they said, if you don't give us money, we're going to publicly release the information we have taken. Now, the university has insurance. So between the insurance, what the insurance would cover, and negotiating a lower price, the university got away with a bargain payment of $475,000 on a promise from a known bad threat actor that they would not release the information and they would destroy it. But why would they? Why would they? I mean, would you? They've already paid once. Don't you think they'll pay again? When does this end? Very bad decision. All you're doing is encouraging that illegal behavior by rewarding it, and you're trusting that these dishonest thieves will be loyal to their word. Wow. I have seen it all. That causes me to spill my Coke. That's how amazing that is. Proper security software following proper protocols would have prevented the whole thing, but when you're a big corporation, you got a lot of employees, varying levels of education and experience, mistakes happen. And that's where your security has to step in and take care of things. And even then, it seemingly wasn't enough because they still paid money to trust, to trust that information would not be publicly released or that it would be destroyed. I don't know. It's crazy. It's a crazy world. And supposedly that money did not come from any of the budget of the facility or student tuitions, but rather came from a combination of some sort of private funding and the insurance company. But again, that's a heck of a payday to push a button. $500,000. Anyway, a little off track. Let's get back to some viewer contributions and let's start building something here. Let's start creating. Be protective. Be skeptical. Don't be paranoid. Thank you for your question and your contribution. Stuart McMillan with 19 pounds, 99 pence. Hey, thank you, Stuart. Joseph Jakubiak with a $5 contribution, and my thanks, of course, to Stuart and Joseph as well. And Evan Root with $4.34 says, for the video notes that I love, super helpful. Hey, somebody reads my video notes. That may be one of the first times anybody's ever told me that. It's only taken 12 years and repetitive mentioning of it 12,000 times. But we got one. We got one. Thank you, Evan. Flappity with a £5 contribution says, I love your streams and your community around them. Keep up the good work. It's our community, not mine. Thank you. John Clark with a £3 contribution is giving me a thumbs up. Right on. Thank you, John. Joseph Hawkins contributes $5 New Zealand dollars. He says, here's a bit, Kerry. Caught me by surprise. I had to ask Chad if we were live. It appears so. Marty OL, there he is. $5 contribution. He says, hello, Kerry and chat. Marty is sometimes you will meet people, complete strangers on the internet, that are not only not jerks and not only out to attack you and tear you down, but want to support you and help hold you up. And it's people like Marty who really shine and help build this community through their kindness and generosity. And thankfully, Marty's not alone. However, the people like Madi who exhibit that sort of generosity and that kind of support still represent fewer than 1% of this community. Now, that's not to say other people in the community aren't giving enough or doing enough. These people happen to be in a position where they can help in that way, and they do. That's all I'm saying, and they deserve absolutely your, what's the word? They deserve to be acknowledged that what we're doing here today would not be possible, at least not at this level, not this soon, and not with this frequency, if not for the likes of John Jack Wilson or Madiuel, or, oh gosh, there's so many, Peter Laycock and David Hale and Stephen Bernstein. So understand that typically everything doesn't happen at once. And so when one person does something and then time goes and another person does something, what it's doing is it's enabling me to have better video quality, faster broadband, better video capture card, better hardware, and make videos outside of the scope of work, to do things more enthusiast, fun type videos that you are typically finding on YouTube in this space. So for example, throughout the entirety of this YouTube channel, I have primarily focused on work and emphasizing the difference between work and a hobby, and how there's very little representation of that, comparatively speaking, here on YouTube with regards to computers, building, repairing, upgrading. It's all done without any accountability or liability for the most part, and it's not often very practical either. So to build something ridiculous, this is just stupid, but it's fun, and it's not going to a customer, and I can do whatever I want, anytime I want, and have absolutely no accountability or liability, is a real novel treat for me, because that is so rare. You would think once you're done working all day doing the serious work, the last thing you want to do is do it again. But I'm kind of a madman that way. I am so much looking forward to having this done, but I have to get paying customers handled first. And I want to share with you what that entails, what it involves, how much time it takes, and the type of quality that I insist on and why. Not for your approval. I don't ask for your approval, and not for your critique. I honestly, I'm not asking for your critique, and all I'm looking to do is just turn the camera on and show you what it is to work in the field. When you work 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, however many hours a day you work, turn a camera on and share it with the world. And then let the world scrutinize everything you do in that day. And then ask yourself, why would I do this to myself? Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. Sometimes I go about resolutions and solutions the hard way, but it's my way. It's not wrong. It's not right. And I'm simply sharing it with you. And for those of you who appreciate and get that, oh, you rock. Some people think I have to get their approval. I don't know who they are, and I don't know why they think that. But I most certainly did not wake up this morning wondering what FlyGuy23 thinks of yesterday's video. Somehow they think it matters, but I don't know who they are. So if you are somebody I look up to and respect, or you have been able to prove yourself as a peer in the industry, I definitely want to talk with you. But if you're just an average viewer who has a self-inflated sense of self-importance, I'm not really interested. And there's a lot of it. And it goes back to, the challenges. And the only thing that makes me feel any better about the whole thing, apart from this community, which is amazing, and I'm not just pandering, I sincerely love this community. This is amazing. Is watching a similar person doing a similar thing, experiencing similar results. So when I follow another YouTube channel called Tech Deals on Twitter, they were sharing some criticism from some entitled, self-inflated, self-importance person who dictated what sort of videos are appropriate or not appropriate for Tech Deals to make, and Tech Deals exposed it, right? So another person chimes in oh, well, do you think it's a good idea to make fun of your viewers? To which I responded, that's none of your business. We deal with one person with none of their business, so another person enters in with none of their business. It's free content. Take it or leave it. If you want to watch it, we'd love to have you watch it. And if you don't like it, you can leave. And it's hilarious because he then brings up how some people will say, I'm leaving. So what? Who are you? We didn't even know you were here. Why is it important to announce you're leaving? Go. And I'm just so relating to it, right? Because now here's somebody who's a peer in the YouTube space who understands the challenges with creating free content intended to inform and empower the audience, and then dealing with unjustifiable criticisms and attacks from unknown individuals, often using screen names, not even using real names, so that you don't even know why you're supposed to listen to them. Like, why do they think? And then there's the other side of it that says, well, they just want attention, and now you're giving them the attention. So you shouldn't acknowledge it at all. But then if you don't acknowledge it at all, then your audience, your followers, the people who truly value your content may not realize the struggles and challenges you face each and every day by providing that said content. And that's not fair either. So while I continue to analyze the psychosis and psychology of this solution to this interesting quandary, I will let you know what I come up with. But if I rack my brain around it long enough, I will probably come up with something that works. One idea I have is to create a sub-community of our community for paid, I'm going to call it paid, for content for a smaller audience. For the people who are the most supportive in the community, to invite them to an exclusive club where your membership is based upon not how much you've given, but just how supportive and kind you've been over a period of time, to have a more intimate, personal experience live here on YouTube with much, much fewer viewers, but still creating the, it's not going to take away any content, just maybe putting some content in it, some late night or something, as a way to sort of show these people how much they mean to me, and sort of we can have our own one-on-one time. And I think that is certainly not going to have any trolls, not going to have any challenges, and it's not going to have any criticisms any more than you're having a conversation with a friend at a bar. Some stranger overhears it and says, you two shouldn't be discussing that. Who are you? Mind your own business. So if it's private, that shuts out all those nosy individuals who think that you require their approval. So that is one option that I am seriously considering offering as a chance to get to know these people better, to connect with them better, and as well still keep doing this as well. Now, I don't want to alienate anybody at all, but at the same time, I need to find a way to give back to those who have gone above and beyond. And not everybody needs a computer, you know what I mean? Like, I can give you a computer, but those folks quite often don't need one. And this is something you don't go to Walmart and buy. You can't find it down the aisle of the store. So I'm looking for sort of intangible things like that to sort of make a difference and to return the love, if you want to share the love in that way, to those who have given the most love. So anyway, just an idea rotating around in my head. If you haven't watched Tech Deals, very good tech channel. Very, very good. And very interactive with the audience. And both Tech and Rogue are very well educated in not just the technical Wikipedia definitions of how stuff works, but the practicality and the misinformation or misunderstanding that the general public has about a lot of it. And Tech, does an amazing job at explaining things. I wish I could explain things as thoroughly he's got to write it in a script. He must, because I'm just ad-libbing this whole time, and I'm going off memories and things. Is far more polished than I am. And I think that if you're not watching their content, but you watch mine, I think you'll like them. But don't turn away from me until I'm done. Then go watch them. And he will, or they will, Tech and Rogue, certainly do 4-hour videos a couple of times a week. So we're very similar in a lot of ways. And all of the advice that comes from Tech and Rogue, maybe I should say Rogue and Tech. I don't know why I keep putting her second. That's not cool. All of the tech advice that comes from Rogue and Tech, I am telling you, as far as I am concerned, not that they need my approval, but I have no hesitation in feeling very, very confident that the information is solid and practical, and that it's so unusual from people looking to get clicks and doing clickbaity things to get views, or the technical jargon with the technical minutia that just a small percentage of enthusiasts can really appreciate, and is very, very intimidating and very uninteresting to 97% of computer owners. So to each their own. People like what they like, and one is not better than another. But it's nice to know there are starting to be other people in the space working, like Adamant IT and Tim's Computer Repair, that work in the business, hold accountability, hold liability, and turn that camera on and share their knowledge for free. And please know that all of these people regularly get criticism and abuse for no reason. People retaliate against them when they never did anything to retaliate for. You understand? Like there's no justifiable cause to retaliate against somebody who's done nothing to you. Please know, when you're watching any YouTube channel, that creator is enduring harassment of multiple levels. It could be email campaigns, it could be other types of hacking, or harassment. And if you don't believe me, make a YouTube video and let it sit there for a while and start posting it on social media and encourage people to watch it. And within your first 50 views, I can nearly guarantee you will receive some harassment from somebody you don't know, who you didn't talk about in your video, and has no reason to harass you. If you're not willing to do that, take my word. But when the results are an amazing community, and the results are emails from people that say, hey, I was able to build my own computer following your tutorial, I've got a disability, whatever it is, I'm 85 years old, never did it before, and it worked, thank you, it makes putting up with all the harassment worthwhile. But I'm still going to make you aware that it's happening, because so long as it remains a challenge for me, I want you to understand that some of my content is affected by that, including all of these disclaimers before I even begin the build, which I hope to be able to tone down and focus more on, the subject matter and less on the behind-the-scenes consequences of offering free information on the internet. Okay? Okay. Hey, Thomas Robinson contributes £2. Thank you, Thomas. Juan Velez with a $20 contribution. Hey, thank you very much, Juan. John Clark with a £5 contribution says, hey, Kerry, great stuff again. Good to catch you live for once. And greetings from Wales. Right on. I hope to visit Wales one day. I can listen to a Welsh accent all day. I don't even care what they're saying. Somebody from Wales needs to make like a 4-hour YouTube video talking like I do. Just on nonsense and distraction. I don't care. Read the ingredients on a packet of crisps. I will listen to it. It's like music. I don't know what it is about the Welsh accent. It is a very pleasant sounding dialect. Not Welsh. No, that's not pleasant. But the English, when the Welsh speak English with their accent, it's magical. Is that racist? In a good way. Everybody from Wales can sing. Reverend John O'Toole contributes $5. He says, during the short period I had my computer not plugged into my UPS, a noise spike hit and I lost my C drive, but luckily I had a clone of the drive with Acronis. Murphy's Law, am I right? That's just crazy. Jerry contributes $5. He says, Carrie, stay real. You are the best and a great friend. Hey, Jerry, thank you. That's very kind. I appreciate that very much. Mr. 2316969, that strange name. Does that run in the family? Were you like a junior? This is what I'm talking about, you know, these names. But not being hidden because they're a jerk. I don't know why they're hiding their name, but they generously contributed $4.99. Thank you, Mr. 2316969. Big Firmware, again, very unusual family name, contributes 10 pounds and says, stay awesome. And Bear Paw, a 2-pound contribution, says, just another top up. Right on. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you letting me tease you a little bit. It's all good, man, and I appreciate every one of you. Mark Evans says, my wife is Welsh, and not all of the Welsh can sing. Oh, don't let her see that, man. You tell her she can sing, okay? Maybe she just needs a song like, you know, the song Tequila? You just wait, and then you just go, Tequila. I could totally do that in karaoke. No problem. I'm sure your wife will be fine. Just got to pick the right song. All right. Where are we at? We're down to close to an hour. We have 1,160 people watching live around the world right now. If you want to shout out where in the world you are watching from, it's always cool to see the worldwide audience that a guy in his kitchen can attract over the internet for free. In 1985, this would have cost me $9.95 a minute from AT&T. So we've come a long way from a party line. Big Firmware contributes $5, and his name is Chris. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Chris. I would much prefer to call you Chris. And Digger with a $5 contribution as well. And there we go. Look at here. We're watching from Norway, the Netherlands. Oh, gosh, it's scrolling too fast. Germany, the UK, Virginia, Paris, Texas, Trinidad, wow. El Salvador. You don't see too many people from El Salvador. Salina, Kansas, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Ohio. More from Ohio and England, Leiden in the Netherlands, Louisiana, Belfast, St. Louis, Missouri, Happy Valley, Oregon. There's also Ireland in the house, Scotland's in the house, Singapore in the house. I'm in my house. What else do we have? Halifax, Canada, Rome, New York. We have Virginia, Slovenia, Norway, Malta. Right down the street in Sun City, Arizona, Dublin, Portales, New Mexico, Chicago, Illinois, Trenton, Michigan, and as well as the Upper Peninsula in Michigan, the Upers. Dave Murray, good friend of the channel, joins us from Dublin, Ireland. Jamie M. joins us from Glasgow, Scotland. And Happy Smurf is in Romania. Jeff Ryman joins us from Lost Wages, Nevada. Pete Stern from Wisconsin, and Carlos J. Newport Richie, Florida. And Marco Maelstrom says he's an Italiano in Boynton Beach, Florida. Proud of your heritage. Joe R. is in Australia, as well as, let's see, viewers in Woodbridge. Oh, I lost it already. Daryl joins us from the Philippines. Digger is in Chicago. Bangor Arab is in Hungary. I believe my father's ancestors were from Hungary. We got folks in New Jersey and Northern California, Illinois, and what else? Belfast. And Montgomery, Alabama. Right on. Mahdi joins with a contribution of $20 from Miami, Florida. South Beach all the way. No, it's coronavirus. Not put some clothes on. 31 Dimilar says hello from Macedonia. I don't think we have very many people watching from Macedonia. That's cool. So there's a name I can't, it's missing vowels. From Mexico City. Adam Smith says he's watching in Alaska. Another place I hope to visit. Nunman 1962 joins us from Tennessee. So look at that. It's just cool. It's just cool to see it. It's cool to know you're paying attention, and it's cool to give you a reason, if you did not have one before, to speak up in the chat room. Look, I know what it's like to stand in a corner of a room alone while everybody is at a commingling, partying, and socializing, while I stand there awkwardly, not knowing what to say or where to look. But I want you to know you are welcome in this chat room. And you are welcome to just, if nothing more than say hello. Nobody will do anything but be supportive in response to you. Okay? Promise. Because if they do, they won't be here. You'll be here, they won't be. So feel free to just step outside of your comfort zone and say hello, please. Please. Just know that for those of us that struggle socially, this is a lot easier because it's virtual. We can't see you. You don't have to worry about where you're standing or where your eyes are looking. And it's its own reward, because you may end up striking up a conversation with somebody here that you were just lurking and not participating, and creating a friendship and sharing stories that goes beyond what I'm doing. And I hope you will gather whatever it is that's holding you back to just start saying hello and letting us know you're there. It would mean a lot to me if you would do that. Okay, let's start some work. About an hour monologue, huh? We don't do that on the Tonight Show. Today is the computer for Roy, and I'm actually building Roy's computer sooner than I thought. I didn't think I would get to it till next week. And the system I built last week, I have to finalize it and get it delivered tonight. So kind of busy. And my goal today is to get this computer booted and Windows 10 installed. And once again, it'll get set aside, just like the one from last week, that I will have to put on the bench when this one's done, to do the cable management, the Windows activation, the Windows optimization, any final sort of tune-up, and get all the Windows updates, get all the driver updates. If it's got a Samsung drive, install the Samsung NVMe driver, the Samsung Magician software. If it's an Intel SSD, install the Intel SSD toolbox. Make sure the firmware on the SSD is updated. Get the computer put back in the box, get it loaded in the car, and take it over to the customer. And then I can get a paycheck. And with that money, I can then put it back into perhaps getting more parts or their camera equipment. And with that, make more videos to hopefully make more computers to sell to more customers around and around. And when it all is done, when there's no more repairs and there's no more builds, I have about 17,000 videos I want to make regarding topics on misunderstanding the technology, how-tos, backgrounds, histories, and fun little projects like this, Xenos, and there's a couple over there that are all just waiting for me to not be busy with work. I have so much in the halls waiting. I'm going to be busy for a while, and I appreciate you guys joining me on the journey, including, let's not forget, Threadripper. We're going to rip apart every thread of Threadripper and replace the motherboard with an ROG Strix TRX40XE gaming motherboard from Asus with a 3960X processor, all bought and paid for using your contributions and your support. And ideally, it's going to be a great build, and it's going to go smoothly, and we're not going to have any problems. Except, what am I going to do with the old Threadripper, old, unreliable, nasty, finicky Threadripper, and the prior motherboard, which apparently is nothing wrong with it, without a chip, what good is it? I have no idea, and your suggestions are welcome on that, what we should do with that. These Corsair 200R cases, they are, last I heard, the #1 selling computer case that Corsair makes. So while you do see a lot of cases that are over-the-top RGB glass, they are not #1 sellers, generally speaking, except for an enthusiast community. Now, that's not a good or bad thing. That's just an observation. Businesses don't buy typically one computer. Like businesses, large corporations buy dozens of computers at a time, and they don't want anything unnecessary that adds to the expense or adds to the complicated nature of maintenance, including RGB, overclocking, liquid coolers, case windows, none of that. I don't want any of that. So corporations spend more money per quarter buying computers than all consumers added up over the course of the entire year. And so if you're in business, right, and you want to go where the money is, you sort of steer away from consumers and then you move into business. And well, businesses will offer you more work, more opportunity for work, and will pay better. There is business to be had on the residential side. It's hard to do though. When I first started my business, in 1 year, I had 450 customers and was barely making ends meet. And every one of those customers was residential. That's called working harder, not working smarter. My logic at the time was, if I only charge $50 for a computer repair, I won't have to spend any money on marketing because people will tell all their friends. No. And in fact, quite the opposite happened. Because once I realized I'm busting my butt, I could charge twice as much and work half as much and make the same amount of money and still be competitively priced. That's a bit of an exaggeration. I bumped it to $80. I went from $50 to $80. And the residential clients, you might hear from them every 12 or 18 months, unless you have one that wants you to tutor them, and so they're constantly calling you rather than looking in a manual or trying to help themselves, and they're not offering to pay you. So if you don't put your foot down, and then you don't want to put your foot down because you're struggling to make ends meet, and if you upset the customer, you're going to lose their future business, it is a nightmare scenario to put yourself in. So let me share with you what I did. I said, okay, here on out, I'm $80. Flat. By the way, still a great price. This is back in the 90s. And when you know it, I had at least 2 customers say to me, but why are you raising the rate for me? I mean, I was there for you, right? I mean, I'm like one of your original customers, right? So you're charging me more for what I did for you? I like, what you did for me? You let me work on your computer at a bargain rate so low that you couldn't turn it down, and you were doing me the favor this whole time? Wow. You and I see that very differently. I said, look, man, I'm sorry. I can't make ends meet at that price. It's not sustainable. This is the price everybody pays. And by the way, and I didn't say it, but by the way, the 2 or 3 times I worked on your computer in the last 2 or 3 years isn't enough to pay my electric bill, let alone run a sustainable business. So it's fair. What I'm doing, it's still a fair price. And if you want to go somewhere else and go to somebody else, don't let me get in your way. And again, I didn't say that, but that's what's going on in my head. Just emphasized, there's inflation, and I was undercharging, way under market value. And by the way, I'm still under market value. And if you want to call around, call around. In the meantime, I also have all these years of experience. You know what to expect from me. You're familiar with me, and you know the quality of work that I do. You want to see me go out of business? Support me. If you're truly supportive, you'll see it's still a bargain, and things get more expensive through inflation as time goes on. Rent goes up, gasoline, energy, all these things go up in price. let alone if you start a family and now you got mouths to feed, or move into a bigger house and have a bigger car. And money, 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 money. You know, it starts getting expensive. So I lost a couple customers, not many. And at first it was kind of beating myself up over it, like questioning, am I doing the right thing? But then the strangest thing happened. I'm looking at my bank account and I'm looking at how less stressed I am. And the bank account is identical to what it was 6 months earlier. Who were those customers I lost? I don't remember anymore. That's how big of a difference they made. And I was so afraid of losing them. But it was that very thought that was holding me back from doing more. It's pretty interesting how perspective and attitude affect the outcome of your expectations. You may be unreasonably expecting to have a difficult time making money if you turn away work. The thought never really occurred to me that you can make money by turning away work. Nobody ever taught that to me. And the best way I can explain it is when you're convinced, I've got to take the job, I know I'm being underpaid, I know this customer's a pain in my butt, but I need the money. What's happening is you're now not available to take another job, potentially, that may avail itself of opportunity because you're available. But because you kept yourself busy with menial work, you will keep yourself busy with menial work, and that will be forever a spiral that you will be stuck in until you make the change, or you're lucky enough to have a wealthy customer offer you an opportunity. That can happen. Somebody says, I like how you worked on my home computer. I happen to run a business with 40 employees and we don't like our IT guy. What would you think about coming to work at my place? It'll probably be part-time, but we have a lot of work. Every computer needs to be addressed. There's some upgrades, some repairs, some networking improvements. And you go, one client is going to give me 20 hours of work every week? If you're lucky, if you're at the right place at the right time, and you are open-minded and ready, you've got the skill, you've got the willpower, I would say that is, it's not rare. But if you don't put yourself out there, they're not likely going to knock on your door. But if you put yourself out there and you avail yourself to opportunity, over time, eventually, some form of unexpected surprise opportunity may avail itself to you. And I'd say that it's really hard to determine what the chances of that happening are, but I would say 4 out of 10 technicians will get that opportunity minimum through the first couple of years of being self-employed and being open-minded to opportunity. I had that opportunity 1, 2, 3 times. 3 times it happened to me. The first time was a customer with he had a small legal business with 1 employee. And I started working for him for $75 an hour with a minimum 10 hours a month. So I had a guaranteed $750 a month coming in. This was 1998. And the company grew. And then they got 3 employees, 4 employees, 5 employees, 6 employees, 7 employees, 8 employees. Moved to another building. They needed cable work done. I'll do the cable work. You do cable work with an International House of Pancakes. The local franchise owner contacted me. I heard you do cable work. Sure. I was a younger guy. I'm not doing cable work anymore. They said, we're opening new IHOP restaurants in these locations around Arizona, and we need somebody to cable up the telephone system and the network for the point of sale system. Would you be interested in doing that work? Would you give us a quote? And I said, yeah, sure. Gave him a quote. Now, I don't know what I was quoting against, but I suspect I was significantly cheaper, and I was happy to have the work. And so every time a brand new IHOP restaurant opened in Arizona, like I traveled across the entire state, I was the guy who cabled up, the payphone in the lobby and the printers to the chefs and all of it for that entire franchise owner. They even flew me to Searcy, Arkansas, because they were opening a franchise there. And rather than pay a company locally, it was cheaper at my rate to pay for my plane ticket, pay for my hotel, and send me out there without any supervision or assistance and go take care of this for us. And then they moved into a headquarters building in Phoenix that was 2 stories tall and completely stripped. All the drywall was gone. It was all a 2-story building. I don't know how big it was. It was big. And it was all structure. And they said, we need this building wired for both floors for networking and phones. It's over 200 individual runs. It's just one client. How did that happen? I didn't do that job, by the way. That job, I hired another company that professionally did cable installation, negotiated their price down. I added 10 or 15% onto it, and then I submitted my quote to the company, to IHOP. And then they approved it. And when the company I hired went in to do the work, and this is all they only did cabling for networking and phones, I would come in at the end of the day to supervise that it was done correctly, that it met my standards. Easiest money I ever made. Easy. Opportunity, opportunity. And none of that would have happened if I sat on the couch going, how do you get business? How do you get customers? You get out there and get the work. Do a good job, see where that leads you. If you're eager, if you're hungry, if you're not entitled, if you're willing to earn it, it will quite often reward you with some challenges and some regrets, and some learning and some stumbling along the way. And I share this with you because it's all 100% true, and I don't believe any college course will teach this to you. You will get bits and pieces, but the full story of how it actually happens will uniquely be yours, and no 2 stories will be alike, though there may be some similarities. And as such, you can adjust your expectations and your attitude, which can greatly improve your odds of that happening and happening sooner. Tell you that for sure. And there's a third client, but I want to get some work done. So anyway, you got the gist of it. Let's get these panels off. Let's get some systems built. What I find interesting about the Corsair 200R as of late is, like many other products made overseas, distribution has been difficult. Price has gone up. That used to be a $65 case. It's now a $75 case. You know what? It's still a great value. And it's a great value for many, many reasons. One is, it's always going to look like a computer. It's never going to look like it came out of a decade of time. You won't be able to look at the outside of this computer and go, yeah, that looks like something from 2015. No, it doesn't. It looks like a computer. It's kind of timeless. I've been using this case, 7 years? All of the drives, whether we're talking about the front panel drives, which most people don't use anymore, are all toolless. You don't have to use any screws or tools or rails or caddies or sleds for any 2.5-inch drives, of which it will hold up to 4 at the same time, as well as at the same time up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 3.5-inch mechanical drives. Well, at the same time, it will hold 1, 2, 3, 5.25-inch external drives. Well, at the same time, we'll hold a micro ATX, standard ATX, or mini ITX motherboard standard out of the box without any worry of scratching a window or configuring RGB lighting. But this is not a perfect case, okay? This is not a good case for liquid cooling. It's not tall enough. There's not adequate room. You can throw a 140 millimeter radiator back here. That's about the best you're going to do on that. Clearance from the top of the motherboard to the top of the case is tight. But, you know, if somebody's going to build it once and be done with it, it's something you only have to deal with once. We come across the back here. We don't have a lot of room for cable management, but we do have cable management holes. And we have two USB 3.0 ports. This is important. When a case manufacturer, and this is there's so much of this happening with case manufacturing, and I don't get the logic. What if they give you one USB 3 and one USB 2? How does that work? Well, the way it works is the connectors that go to the USB ports, those connectors are for two USB ports. Do you understand? The connector is for two USB ports. So if they give you a USB 3 and you want to activate it, you plug in the connector that supports two and you lose one because they didn't give you another one. It's just gone. It's in the cable, but it doesn't terminate out anywhere. You've lost it. Good savings on your case. Then on top of that, they give you a USB 2. The USB 2 cable universally always supports two USB ports, whether it's USB 2 or USB 3. So now you've saved a little bit of money buying this case, and you didn't notice it had one USB 3 and one USB 2, and you go to hook it up, and you're like, I should have 4 USB ports according to the cabling, but I only have 2. Where'd the other 2 go? They're in the cable. The case manufacturer decided on your behalf how to waste your resources and your money on your motherboard to save a little bit of money, probably about 45 cents on the case. Those ports cost money. I don't know how much, but it's not much. Why would anybody want USB 2? That should be your question. Why does my case support USB 3 and USB 2? When I look down at the NZXT H700 that Thready's built in, it's got 4 USB ports on top. That's pretty cool, right? The same 2 cables that are going to power a USB 3 and a USB 2, but now instead of just 2 ports, we have 4. We have 2 USB 2s and 2 USB 3s. Now, a critical thinker might say, I don't mean to bother you. Sorry, the dated Columbo reference. I don't mean to bother you. Just one more question. Isn't USB 3 backwards compatible with USB 2? In other words, if I have USB 3, won't a USB 2 product work in it universally? Isn't the U mean universal? Yes, that's correct. So why would I need USB 2 and USB 3? Shouldn't I just have all USB 3? Depending on the chipset of your motherboard, you may not have that many USB 3. When there's different levels of motherboards, the chipset identifies how many SATA ports and how many USB ports. There's licensing fees to be paid and whatnot, and cost of manufacturing, and then there's resources and things like that. So things to consider when you're buying a motherboard is if that's important to you, spend a little bit more to ensure that you have that available. And when you're buying your case, if that matters to you, make sure your USB ports are in matched pairs, not one USB port of one thing and one USB port of another one. And I know what you're thinking. Wait, hold up. So if everything USB 2 is going to work in USB 3, does everything with USB 3 work in USB 2? Yes. Yes, it does. It just runs at the slower USB 2 speed. Okay, just one more question. So the USB 2 is older and slower and fully compatible forwards or backwards with USB 1, 2, or 3, just like USB 1, just like USB 2, and just like USB 3. Why do I want USB 2? Well, we get back to chipset limitations, right? Because if you have one of these motherboards, like the motherboard we're going to use today, let's take a look at it. It's a good excuse to take it out of the box and actually start some work. And let's see what sort of USB header options we get on an H370 chipset, which is a bargain $100 motherboard. This motherboard sells on Amazon when it's in stock for $99. Sometimes it'll go to like $107. It's really inexpensive. So you think, well, it probably only has 2 memory sockets, right? Nope, it's got 4. Oh, well, then it probably doesn't have good VRMs. What do you know about VRMs? Don't worry about it. That's overclocking talk. That's enthusiast hobbyist talk. There's nobody in corporate IT talking about VRMs. And in the real working world, we're not. Maybe if you're dealing with some real high-end workstations, that's a concern. Maybe if you're going to push the chip beyond its engineering limitations. But this is consumer electronics that meets the requirements that the chip manufacturer, whether it's Intel or AMD, require the motherboard manufacturers to meet as a minimum. And suggesting the minimum isn't good enough when the manufacturer said it was, well, what gives you that authority? That's bizarre. No, there's no VRM problem here. Okay, well, I mean, for $100, you're cutting something loose. Well, yeah, I mean, if we take a look at what we're getting here, this isn't the heaviest, this isn't the prettiest. It does have some RGB, believe it or not. Well, it's pretty much one color, and you can turn it on and turn it off. It has a light. You have the ability to put 2 graphics cards in SLI. I don't know why you'd want to. Is it Crossfire, or is it, I mean, nobody cares. The whole point of that has been lost now because single graphics card performance is so superior, and game developers stopped supporting it a long time ago. So you can do anything you want with that second port, but they're there to support 2 graphics cards. But what if we wanted to hook up 2 USB 3.0 external devices? Say this case had 4 USB 3s. Like the NZXT case, they said it had 2 USB 2s and 2 USB 3s right up here at the front, the H700 from NZXT. On this motherboard, you would take your USB 3 cable and plug it right here on the motherboard. And your USB 2 cable, you would plug it down here on the board and still have another pair of USB 2 available to you for more USB 2 ports. You see, the motherboard gave you these older ports because they're cheap to add on. They're very inexpensive versus the cost of this one. And the case manufacturers also, consumers are shopping on price. They're not necessarily smart enough to identify what's justifying the price until long after they've purchased it and something happens and a technician or they themselves then bring it to their attention long after they bought it. So what if I had 2 USB 3.0 devices to hook up to this motherboard? Well, in that case, you could then add a card into one of these slots to add more USB 3s. You can do that pretty much to any motherboard. Or you can buy a more expensive motherboard that will have 2 of these USB 3s, but that's not going to be $99. Silverstone makes USB 3 add-on cards as well. What else do I lose for that price? Now, what else do you get for that price? This top slot for M.2 PCI Express NVMe will run at by 4 speeds, which is the maximum PCIe Gen 3 by 4. I know it's complicated, but it's fast. This slot down here looks exactly the same, but only runs at half speed. But what if I want 2 NVMe drives to run at full speed? Then don't buy a $100 motherboard. We go back to the limitations of the chipset. The more the chipset can do, the more money the motherboard costs. If you want to overclock and overvolt your CPU, you want more powerful VRMs with bigger heat sinks. If you're going to run everything at stock the way the engineers intended, this board is exactly what most people want, because most people will count the number of USB ports on the back. On this board, we have 2 USB 2, 2 USB 3, 2 more USB 3, USB 3 Type-C, and a USB, 3.2, this red one? Whatever it is. 2, 4, 6, 8 USB ports on the back of a $100 motherboard. In addition, you can add 4 more, right? 2 pairs of 2 USB 2 and 1 pair of USB 3, adding 6 more USB ports for a total of 14 USB ports. And at this point, I want to know, how much USB stuff are you plugging in? Do you just buy everything USB now? Well, this is my personal cooling fan. It plugs into USB. They're making some things that are USB that don't make any sense. They're just like doing it because they can. It doesn't mean you have to have it. You know, keyboard, a mouse, you gotta have it. Printer, sure, why not? What else? What else do you have to have? I gotta step back to my my office. If you're familiar with the channel, you've seen me blow out customer computers for the last 10 years plus with an electric leaf blower. So this requires absolutely no words. I think you're gonna understand the point I'm about to make. Am I being for real? Let's plug it into the USB port. Hello, Thready. Let me borrow one of your USB ports up here. Why is this USB? I don't know. Had to have it. What did he say he used the contribution money for? Don't worry, I didn't have to take out a loan. 4 more payments and it's mine. Now, for the vast, just to please with myself, don't mind me while I laugh at my own jokes. My own wit sometimes impresses me, but I'm easy to impress. See, even that's gold. Now, this configuration, I've built one of these for a customer about this time last year, and I'm still building the exact same configuration today. That's weird, isn't it? The same processor, same motherboard, everything's the same as it was in August of 2019. When it works, it works. There's a, don't fix it if it ain't broke, man. This is a great deal for what you're getting for the money, for how simple it is to put together, for not worrying about BIOS settings and RAM compatibility. None of that exists on this particular platform. You can do pretty much make optional changes to RAM and storage, however you see fit, without concern of the process changing. What the process I'm showing you will still be the same, even if you buy different parts. If you're using an Intel CPU on that motherboard, pick whatever storage and RAM you want. It will work every time, and no changes to the BIOS will ever be required to make it stable or make it work. Oh no, it sounds too easy. Let's make life more complicated than it needs to be. There's other YouTube channels for that. A couple of contributions have come in. Let's give a couple shouts out here to these generous folks. John Rogers with £4.99. Thank you, John. Alan Maybrier with $5 says, hello to you, Carrie, and all my other friends. Have an amazing evening, everyone. Best wishes from Kentucky. Very kind of you, Alan. Thank you. Sharon Idle contributes £1. Hey, Sharon, thank you as always for your continuous support and your generosity. Thomas Robinson also with £1. Again, thank you to Thomas Robinson as well, another frequent contributor. Abdul Azim Patel has really joined the school of Tom Jackson with the $7.77 contribution. Thank you. I wish that there was some significance to that other than, I guess it's lucky. I don't know. I feel like being lucky is bad luck. Frankie B contributes 50 bucks. Yes, it's me again, he says, and here's a little something for the channel. Enjoy, my friend. Nice. Frankie's very generously. Don't even know where Frankie came from. This guy comes out of the woodwork and just starts being immediately supportive and generous. You don't find people like that every day, and I appreciate it very much. Ian contributes $5. Thank you to Ian. Michael Rico with $5 says, hello once again from Ohio. To the chat room and to Carrie, I'm always learning more and enjoying, learn, and love. Right on. Thank you. Evan Root, again, with a $5 contribution. He says, number of SATA ports 2, LOL. No, wait a minute. Did you ask me how many? Stop for a minute. Did you ask me how many SATA ports the motherboard had? Or did you make an assumption and then ridicule based on your imagination, based on lack of evidence? Did you use your imagination to fill in missing information and then come to a conclusion that is completely wrong and then mock your misinformation because you did not ask to fill in the information you were missing? And that's a sincere question, because I see people do this all the time. You see a story on the news, you hear one side of that story, and you've picked sides. You've only heard one side. A door has a back and a front. You know, a coin has two sides. And when you are so easily manipulated that you feel like you can fill in the gaps with the lack of information, you are doing yourself a disservice. Let's take another look at that motherboard, but let's look a little bit closer this time. And maybe if you have any questions or assumptions, verify your assumptions before coming to an inaccurate and false conclusion. You see, this is very common online. There's a rush to judgment as though we're in such a hurry the facts don't matter anymore. But if you actually take a look at this motherboard, even if you just pulled it up on the website, if I didn't show it to you, you could Google this motherboard, pull it up on Amazon, you could easily have read the specs. What this person did is they saw the 2 SATA ports down here, but they didn't see the 4 additional SATA ports here on the side. Now this is common. Every H370 chipset has 6 SATA ports. That's standard to the chipset. It's not unique to this motherboard. There may be some motherboard designs where there's no room for those added, but the chipset does, in fact, support it. And then to ridicule it and mock it as though it were real, as though it really only had 2 SATA ports, it's not only injustice to you, but it's an injustice to everybody who read and believed what you just said. So you concluded something, and then the people you said it to will then conclude that you knew what you were talking about. You see how that's a downward spiral of misinformation that does a disservice to the entire community. Perhaps saying, does it only have 2 SATA ports? Wait for my answer and then ridicule it. So now you need to say 6 SATA ports, LOL. That would have been accurate. All right, thank you. To, who was that? That was from Evan Root, who contributed. See what you get? Thank you, Evan. $5 again from Evan. He says, the cooling fans that are USB, oh my God, a customer of mine had one. It was trying to ask for the drivers. You're a good guy, Evan. Don't take what I say too personally. It's so common, and if I have an opportunity to sort of point out some frustration that I see commonly that somebody here exhibits, it's not to humiliate you or it's not to make you feel bad. I just don't want you to do that anymore. I want you to be self-aware of what you just did and understand why it's a disservice, and just please get clarification before coming to a conclusion. That's all I'm saying. Thank you for the support, and thank you for bringing it up. I'm glad you did it, because quite often it happens in comments, and it happens where I forget to address it in a future video. So being able to have that opportunity and seize on it right now, I appreciate that you did that. Now you can say number of SATA ports 6, LOL. Then you'll be right. Although I don't know why it's an LOL, but the whole thing is preposterous. Abdul Azim Patel with another $7.77 says leaf blower time. Rockin' Rob Radigan with $2. And Aiden Driver, that's a cool name. Aiden Driver. This summer, coming to a theater near you. He thought it was a family vacation. It turned out to be a nightmare. Starring Aiden Driver as Aiden Driver. Aiden Driver contributes £2. Thank you, Aiden. That's a great name. Love it. Why couldn't I be Aiden? I'll change my name. Glenn's Music with $2 says, here's your 27 YouTube cents. Oh, it's funny because it's true. Dave Dallafierce contributes $5. He says, I gotta have that USB fan. My wife gets hot flashes. Hey, you get a hot flash in a cold room, it's gonna rain. It's not good for electronics to get them wet. Be careful with that. Evan Root with a $5 contribution and a $2 contribution, and he understood the spirit of my message and says it was extremely helpful. Back at you, Evan. Thank you for understanding. Hugh Wong, 99 cents. And Sarge Tech, $5, says, I have a small Oric canister vacuum that I use hose exhaust on, and it works great. Yeah, that'll be fine, sure. He says, I tape up the end of the crevice tool till it makes a small outlet. Perfect. Great. It's an alternative to a leaf blower. If you have one of those canister vacuums with the tube, sometimes the wet dry vacs, they look like little R2D2s that Home Depot and home goods stores sell, Lowe's. They have a switch to make it blow, and then you can use that effectively to blow out a computer instead of an electric leaf blower. Don't use a gas leaf blower. Oh, more power. No, it's too much power, right? Tim Allen was a comedian. You can look him up, and it was really funny in 1984. Wayne Drexler contributes $1.49. So Wayne, Sarge Tech, Hugh Wong, Evan Root, Dave Dallafort, all you guys, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, your support. PK Lahuda, $5 contribution, says, I got to get that leaf blower. Where? Look, guys, go to Amazon, type in tiny leaf blower. What happens? Anything you see in my videos, anything you see online, between Google search and Amazon search, if it's looking to buy something, you should be able to find that very easily. Now, if you try that and it doesn't pull up, let me know. But I do believe, go to Amazon, type in tiny leaf blower, and look at the search results. I think it's going to be pretty easy to find. If I'm wrong, let me know. Thank you for the contribution and your question. And then, there was a follow-up question also by PK Lahoda. Of course, I'll need a USB expansion card. I'm all out of slots. Well, you can get a USB powered hub. You can plug a powered hub in. It's just like taking one of those surge protectors, when you only have 2 plugs in the wall, but you need to plug in 3 things. So you get one of those surge protectors, but they're not really surge protectors. They're effectively power outlet splitters is really all they are. Well, that's effectively the same. If you run out of USB ports, you can get a powered USB hub, but it adds a lot of cables. It's kind of ugly. If you get like a Silverstone add-in PCI Express card that you can slap in, if your system has room for it, it's a cleaner installation. And you can buy the PCI Express cards from Amazon, and other people make them other than Silverstone, but Silverstone offers a couple different versions. One will have an internal USB 3.0 header in case you have to hook up a cable. And another one is a little cheaper that doesn't have that, so it's just what's built onto the card. And of course, the price will adjust for what you're getting. You pay less, you get less. Silverstone has made those for a number of years, and I only mention them because I have experience with them. There are other manufacturers, but I can't speak to quality or compatibility or drivers. I don't know. They're all probably, I don't know. I would assume they're all close to the same, depending upon whether or not it's powered. if the USB gets power, or if it's just a non-powered USB port, in which case some devices may not work when you plug them into the USB port because you don't have enough juice going through there. Another topic for another day. Yeah, an hour and 40 minutes, I've done nothing. All right, so we've got the panel off. And this is the Scythe Mugen 5 cooler we're going to be using. And here is the box of parts that every new case you buy is going to come with the mounting hardware, the screws that fit the case. These screws are for this case. They're not for this case. The screws that came with this case won't work in this case, or some of them will, some of them won't. There's enough screws to fill in what this case supports. So what you don't use today, put away, because you don't know what you're going to need tomorrow. And it's going to be very difficult for you to find just these screws without contacting the manufacturer and talking to support and asking if you can buy some screws because you misplaced them, you lost them, what have you. They are unique to the model of case. Even if we go to a different Corsair case, these screws may not work. So it's not manufacturer specific, it's model specific in most cases of cases. Yeah, that. Are we putting a DVD drive in this? I don't think we are. Tell you what, it has to have a power supply. This is the power supply I unboxed yesterday for the motherboard testing. This is Roy's power supply, and we know it works. This is an EVGA bronze 80 plus power supply. BR, bronze, you'll see the 80 plus. 80 plus, if I hold it there long enough for you to see it, 80 plus is a power efficiency rating, which just so happens to require a higher quality of manufacturing materials. So it is my professional opinion that any 80 plus power supply is superior in quality and power delivery than any power supply that lacks the 80 plus logo. Now, I don't care if it's bronze or white or gold or platinum or titanium. I don't care about that. Okay, the level of efficiency is not important to me. The fact that it's been officially rated as at any level of efficiency that's 80 plus certified, good enough in my book. Now, if you had an office and you had 100 computers being powered 10, 12 hours a day, an inefficient power supply is going to add up over 12 months, 24 months. You're just going to keep paying more and more for electricity that is not being efficiently used. Might be worth spending a little bit more money, getting a higher efficiency rated 80 plus power supply, and make up that expense with electrical savings. But for a home user with 1 or 2 or 3 computers, it isn't going to necessarily justify the cost differential of the power supply itself. But I would not buy a non-80 plus certified power supply under any circumstances. They're still available for sale, and they're inexpensive. And I don't know, it's sort of like, what would it be like? It would be like buying a Ferrari, well, there he goes with the Ferrari example, and then putting the cheapest gas in it you can find, even siphoning the gas out of a car sitting in your backyard for 2 years because you don't want it to go to waste. And then your Ferrari sputtering around and the engine's getting damaged because you didn't want to spend $3 a gallon on your $180,000 car. It just doesn't really make any sense, does it? Does it? So you're going to buy $1,000 worth of computer components, $800, what have you. It's all brand new and unboxed, and then you're going to reuse the power supply out of your old system? Really? Hey, I'll take the Ferrari, but don't put tires on it. I got perfectly good tires on my Pinto. I'm just going to move them over. At some point, spend the 40 bucks, you know? Spend the 40 bucks, man. You're in at 800 bucks. What's 40 bucks? Or 60 bucks. Still, what percentage of 800 is 60? Math is hard. It's not much. Do it right or don't do it. Do it right or you suffer the consequence. I don't want to suffer your consequence. Don't be contacting me going, can I get your help? I just spent all this money and followed your video and there's smoke coming out of my computer and I did everything you said to do. What kind of power supply do you have? I took the power supply out of my PlayStation. Oh, how'd that work out for you? When did I show you how to do that in my video? You don't have to be nasty. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you with my problems that I caused by not following the free directions that were offered in Clear Online? I thought you were nice. Well, I thought you listened. I'm gonna just have a conversation. You don't even need to be involved. I got it. I got this. That never happens. Granted, it's an exaggeration, but you know, sometimes if you could see my emails, you'd realize what is wrong with Kerry that he tolerates that. How does he tolerate that? Well, he goes slightly mad. Haven't you noticed? Let's see. Let's prep the motherboard. Now, in a lot of the live videos, there's a lot of interaction that gets woven in with the work, and quite often more interaction than work. And this is done for two reasons. One, I'm not aware of any other YouTube content creator that interacts this much with his audience live, works unscripted, and is not bought and paid for by a corporate sponsor, filtering or censoring what can or cannot be said. Number one. Number two, you can watch build videos all over YouTube. In fact, my channel has many edited videos with all of the jibber jabber and chit chat cut completely out of it. When you watch a live video, the benefit of it is, for me, taking some of the tedious, repetitive processes that I follow and keeping me personally entertained and sort of distracted. I can work at a slower pace and I can much more enjoy the process that without the interaction, with me turning the camera off and just working, I would put some headphones in and try and enjoy some music to distract me from what is, for me, thoughtless work. Like, I've done this so many times, and this is a very simple novice level build. It doesn't require a lot of focus and attention. It's super easy and it's not challenging and it's kind of boring, honestly. So I very much appreciate the interaction. And then I try to be self-aware enough to go, probably should get a little of that done. Okay. But I was having so much fun. I'll try and find a balance. This is fun too. It's just, after you do it 10,000 times, it's sort of routine. Okay, I'm gonna do this again. Exactly the way we did it 1,000 times before. how can I mix it up? How can I spice it up? How can I make it more enjoyable for me? And hopefully it's more enjoyable for you. But some people don't like it at all, but that's okay. They can ask for a refund. Right? Am I right? I'm right. Yeah, I'm right. Sure, let's go with that. Okay. Prepping the motherboard. Do I want to move the camera again? I'm so lazy. Okay. Sure. You've waited for it. You deserve a close-up of this tech pornography, right? You guys want to see the circuit traces, the socket and the pins. You want to expose the chokes, the capacitors, the transistors, the transducing mortifiers, the flux capacitors, and of course, who can forget I'm thinking of something funny. Hold on, it'll happen. The polarity reversing diodes of the asynchronous bit flow exposed through the, I don't know, make something up that's funny. Finish it off, I don't know. It started out strong and then kind of fizzled out. Welcome to my life. All right, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? I suppose I will throw the CPU in there. Sure, why not? Okay. How's your day going? Everything good? Staying healthy? Any signs of quarantine fatigue, cabin fever, staying in and not going out have any long-term mental health effects on anybody? Everybody's good? Yeah? Gotta have a go faster sticker. Fly Guy 23 is in the chat room. He says, that was not very funny. Well, look, if Fly Guy 23 says it wasn't very funny, you can't question or doubt that, because that's indisputable fact. Because the only opinion on the internet that matters, everybody knows, belongs to Fly Guy 23. Whatever happened to Fly Guy 22? This is a Core i7, I said that already. What time is it? 10 after 4. Haven't eaten all day. It's having no effect on me. Core i7 9700K. These were on sale. No, these were regular price, are currently priced on Amazon for $320. 8 cores, 8 threads. Uh, 3.6, turbo's up to, I don't know. It's fast. But you could go 4 milliseconds quicker if you just spent $400 more. You're such an idiot, Carrie. You're so old. You can't even notice 4 milliseconds. That's how old you are. Okay. Bye. So, blah, 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 blah. Same as the video before, and the video before that, and the video before that, and the video before that. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Orientation, proper direction, golden triangle, line it up, close the lid, plastic piece pops up, and you just put that over there, and you lock it down, and you put that over there. Carrie, you're really charging us up today with that enthusiasm. I come here to get my energy. Fresh out. Samsung 970 EVO Plus. I've been telling you. Find the frame. Find the frame. Give us your good side. Nice. Okay. Smile. Excellent. I've been telling you that these were $450 a couple of months ago. $50 more than the suggested retail price. And I was excited when they went back down to suggested retail price. I bought one, and then they went back up to $450 again, and thought, oh, I should have bought two. And over a couple of weeks, they went back down, and this is all Amazon US I'm talking about. They went back down to $349, and I said, I'm going to buy. Sorry, it went down to $399, went back down to MSRP. And I said, I'll buy two this time, because it's going to go back up to $450 without warning. 5 days later, it went to $349, and it stayed there for 3 weeks. Oh, it cost me $100. Today, $359. I don't know what's going on over at Amazon. I don't know what's happening. I don't know who decides what the pricing structure is. But you should have bought it when it was $349 is all I'm saying. And maybe wait, because if it was at $349, it will go down to $349 again. But if you see it at $349 and think it's going to stay there, you are more wishful thinking than I am, because it'd been at $349 for a long, long time. It wasn't like they ran out of stock. I don't know why the price jumped $10. Looked like it was going to stay permanently at $349. A couple months early, it was $449. Same price. Completely different price. Same exact product. Exact product. No difference. So if you bought it at $449, and then you put it on a shelf for your build you're going to do soon, you haven't gotten to your build yet, and now the price is $359, you wasted $90. On the other hand, if you were afraid of it selling out, because for a while there was zero available for sale because of distribution during the pandemic, then you were grateful you got one. It's just a roller coaster ride of emotions, isn't it? Let's back this off a little bit and you can see a little better. We'll unbox that, and then we'll put this very delicately over, come on now, over there. We'll take that out and set it there and separate these two halves, and this stuff in here is critically important. And then we'll just put the rest of that over there. Now, the little screws for the M.2 drives, they're already installed on Gigabyte boards. Not the case on ASRock or Asus boards. You'll have to look for a little plastic baggie because, the world needs more of those in the landfill. Wouldn't make any sense to put the standoff and the screw in the motherboard when we could be using a little baggie for each little standoff individually and each little screw individually, and help the plastics industry, as well as adding to the amount of work you have to do that could have been done at the factory. But hey, what do I know? Gigabyte doesn't do it that way. The Gigabyte puts the standoff and the screws right on the board for you. Don't have to worry about where they are, if they fell out of the box, if you misplaced them. You don't have to worry about any of that. It's on the board. In my opinion, this should be a law. Just an environmental law to require these parts on the board, not in a plastic bag, individually wrapped. One screw, one standoff, one screw, one bag, one standoff, one bag, another screw, another bag, another standoff, another bag, another screw, another bag. You can't put 3 standoffs in a bag together. Asus doesn't have that technology. They can't. Okay, sorry. Really, really tiny screw, super tiny, really tiny screw. Standard screwdriver, standard, where is it? Come on now. Oh, this is hard to do with one hand. Okay, little teeny tiny screw. Standard screwdriver won't fit in there. Phillips #1 screwdriver will kind of fit in there. It's kind of loose. Could strip it out. Japanese industrial standard JIS screwdriver. That's this. It's upside down. Turn your monitor over. Why do you make me do everything? A Hosan D550-100 is a JIS screwdriver, which, when working on laptops or M.2 drives, you will find this to be a lifesaver because it just perfectly fits in the head of the screw with no worry of stripping or damaging the head of the screw. It just locks right in there. It's worth $10. You buy them on Amazon, it's $10. If you want to get by with a Phillips #1, I certainly did it, and I'm not proud of it. It's magnetized. If not, you can always magnetize it. We're going to remove that little teeny tiny screw, and this is the only screw of the whole computer build that would require a different screwdriver than a Phillips #2. Everything else takes a Phillips #2. Just this. I don't know why. I didn't decide it. And you can do without it if you want to work a little harder and save $10. With the label facing up, you'll notice there's also a camera doesn't know where to focus. There's a little groove cut out there. And you'll notice in the socket, if I rotate it, maybe you'll see, in the socket, there's a little notch. And we're going to align the groove and the notch on a bit of an angle like this. Not too much of an angle, just a little bit. And then we're going to push it straight in until the little gold edge is gone and no longer visible. Because it's now that gold edge, those connectors are now connecting in the socket. And this kind of springboards up and down. That's what this little screw does. It just holds it down. Keeps it from falling out, losing the connection, and then you freak out because all your data's not there anymore. And then you realize, oh, I just had to plug it in. So if you do that, and don't over tighten that little screw, it's just there to keep that drive down. That's all it does. It's not airtight. It's not staving off any heat. Don't over tighten it. Or do, I don't care, it's not my problem. I wouldn't, but you know, it's your stuff. Do what you want. Now, what do I want to do next? We got the RAM here. We got the Corsair Vengeance LPX 32 gig, 2666, 2 sticks. We'll use the gray slots for that. We'll prep our cooler. Let's prep our cooler. Yeah, let's do that 8 million times. Where's the cooler? Right here. So this is the Scythe Mugen 5. If you are new here, then this will be the first time you've seen this. If you are not new here, then this will be the 8 millionth time you've seen this. Box of parts, fan, giant heatsink. Now, this can go right over there. The cooler has been in and out of stock on Amazon. Look at me, I'm talking to you. The cooler has been in and out of stock at Amazon throughout this entire pandemic. And every time it goes out of stock, I got a bunch of people reaching out to me like Chicken Little. There's a story of a parable You might want to look it up if you're not familiar with it. And they conclude that, let's see, I've been told in a panic, Scythe doesn't make the Move in 5 anymore. That's a good one. That's a good one. Almost got me. After the 6th time, I was like, not even gonna bother. I was told, they're out of stock. What am I gonna do? Wait a week? The stock comes and goes because of the distribution difficulties during the pandemic. It's all stuff's made in Asia. It's got to get loaded up. And it's taking longer. Space is limited, and so no manufacturing issues necessarily. It's just getting it here. If we made it here, it probably wouldn't be an issue, but it also wouldn't be $48.99. This is a bargain. It's a great cooler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heat pipes on each side. Right? They count each side. That's a total of 12 heat pipes. Am I counting that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And how many little knobs do you see up there? 12? There's 12 heat pipes. Price per pound. That's a good deal. This will work on every CPU on the market, period. Unless you want to overclock or unless it's a Threadripper. In which case, hey man, this ain't the place where we talk about stuff like that. There's lots of that happening on YouTube. So when you're sick of that and you want something different, come on back. Any AMD processor, AM4, FM3, any Intel processor, socket 11, 50, 51, 55, 56, 2011, it works. And it works well. And it's quiet. And it's super easy to install. And it's only $48.99. Well, I've never heard of them. Good. It's a secret. Those of us who know can buy them, and they won't go out of stock as quickly because too many people are sold by the marketing of bigger companies that can pay YouTube influencers to quantify the overprice of their product. I won't mention any names. Not that they're bad products, not bad products. But the value proposition, if we're looking at value, if we're looking at ease of installation, look, a Hyper 212 Evo is a pretty good value, but man, what a pain in the butt to install. And it doesn't have 12 heat pipes, and it's not this much material. It's also not this expensive, so you get less, and it's harder to install. And it'll work on many processors, but not on all the processors like this one will. So choose accordingly. I'm going where value, reliability, and ease of installation are a factor because I have to support this computer indefinitely and I want it to last forever. Really bad business model. I really should be building stuff that just kind of breaks down so customers have to keep coming back like other manufacturers do, who I won't mention. However, I would rather make new sales than keep revisiting old sales. I'm just kind of weird that way. Now, to install this cooler requires a very long Phillips #2 screwdriver. And most cooler manufacturers just expect you would have one. Some, even some of the most expensive and most well-respected on YouTube manufacturers, give you an Allen wrench tool nearly guaranteed to cause injury to your hand. Nearly guaranteed, a minimum of a blister. So you don't expect much for $48.99, do you? You got a good size, giant heatsink with even consideration for RAM on the other side. Look at that cutout right there. That's for RAM on the other side, which most people don't have on, these kind of boards. You'd have to have a high-end board to have RAM on both sides, but they accounted for it. See this little box? This box is the rest of our $48.99. Check this out. This is almost like a magic trick, because you're like, that thing's bigger than the box. How did that work? It's all about the angle. You see, if you straighten it out, it's much bigger than the box. This is an actual, honest to God, screwdriver. Normal. It's not an Allen wrench. It's not a proprietary tool in any way, shape, or form. You can use this to hang doors on your house if you want to. This will be fine for putting in hinges, whatever, man. It's a tool. It's a screwdriver. It's a regular, ordinary. It's not an Allen wrench. It's not some weird thing that's going to blister up your fingers or cause injury, potentially. It's just a regular, everyday screwdriver. But it has this length that enables you. Look. You see, it's got a screw right here, right? See how easy that screw is to get to? Boom. No problem. But if you got to get the screwdriver on an angle, it's going to be kind of hard to get it in there straight. But that's not really that big of a deal. But look at the other screw. Wait a minute. How do I get to that one? What? Okay, there's a hole. Well, there's two. But there's a hole right there. And when we place this driver of this length and this width into that hole, it goes to that screw. Oh. And you're going to turn it a few times, and then you're never going to need this again. So keep it in your toolbox, use it around the house, and remember, this was a free, universal, standardized Phillips #2 magnetized screwdriver that is not limited for one purpose. Did I mention it's $48.99? They are not a sponsor. I am not an affiliate. It's just what I'm selling to my customers. And don't you deserve to be given the same information my paying customers get? I think you deserve to know why I'm picking these parts. The Mugen 5. Beyond the difficulty in pronouncing it, has very clear instructions. One page, each box very clearly showing every step with no ambiguity, specifies that you will follow these directions if you have an Intel socket. You ready for this? Take a deep breath. 1366, 1200, 1156, 1155, 1151, 1157, 75. It's all covered. But what if I have AMD? Bam! Other page. One page. Pictures. Look at the pictures. What sockets does it cover? Deep breath. Here we go. This covers AMD sockets AM4, AM3 Plus, AM2, AM2 Plus, AM3, because I said AM3 Plus, but I didn't say AM3. It's AM3, AM3 Plus, AM2, AM2 Plus, FM2, FM2 Plus, FM1. Was that it? No. There's a back page. Look, no wasted space. It's all covered. We got it. Got your back. It's all here. You're covered. You are covered. Intel also makes 2 additional sockets for high-end workstations known as 2066 and 2011 version 3. Covered. Does it? No additional parts needed, no special skill or talent. It installs easily on any platform except Threadripper. Or if you want to overclock and run beyond the engineering specifications designated by the manufacturer of the chip. Now, back that off. That was way too close. I hope my breath wasn't bad. In this bag, they've included all the mounting parts for all of those sockets. We only have How many sockets do we have, ladies and gentlemen? We have one. Okay, how many sockets does this cover? Hold on. I don't know. Let's count them. This covers, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 different sockets. 18 different get the camera where I want it. Sockets. This is the socket. This square thing in the middle with the big middle, that's the socket. How many do we have? One. So in this little baggie, instead of making 18 different versions of this cooler and telling you to be very careful and pay attention to the QVL list to make sure you get the right one, they said, just buy this one cooler. It will give you everything you need no matter what. And just, you know, do whatever you want with the spare parts. Throw them away, put them away, I don't know, you know, whatever. So you're going to have leftover parts. It's what you're supposed to have because they don't know which of those 18 sockets you're going to use. But they want to cover all the bases and not offer 18 different models. It's a manufacturing nightmare. It's a different box that has to be made and separate instructions that have to be printed. And so if you just give them all just one ring to rule them all, this is one cooler to rule them all. That should be their slogan. Metal, not plastic. That was terrible. Where's my screwdriver? Ooh, Blue Oyster Cult. I need more backplate. This is used on Intel. One side of it has these rubber pads. That's going to go against the back of this motherboard. We don't want to have metal touching the back of the motherboard. That's not good. Each corner of this backplate has 3 holes. Look at this corner right here. You see the 3 holes? That's for 3 different Intel socket types. We're going to be using the hole in the middle. Can you tell which one's in the middle? There's one at the top, and there's one down below, and there's one off to the side that we could say is, I don't know, in the middle. So we're going to use the one in the middle on all 4 ends of this metal, not plastic, metal backplate. Why is that important? Plastic deteriorates, especially in dry atmospheres. I live in Phoenix. It's dry. Plastic deteriorates more rapidly here than other places because of the lack of humidity. When the plastic dries to a certain point, it cracks and fails. Metal, I suppose it could rust, but you're going to have bigger problems if that's happening. And that ain't going to happen in a dry climate. I've never seen one of these rust. But even if it rusted, it's still not touching the back of the board. I'm going to prep this backplate onto the motherboard in just a minute. These little metal brackets, these are for hanging a fan, and there's 2 pairs. Not 2 oranges and not 2 lemons, 2 pairs. We're only going to use 1 pair. It's going to put the 1 fan that they've given us on one side of the cooler because that's all we need. But if we're paranoid and technochondria types, or we're going beyond the engineering specifications recommended by the chip manufacturer and we're overvolting or things like that, then you might want to add another fan to the other side and move all the air a little bit faster, push, one fan's pulling, one fan is pushing, and they work together in tandem to be more efficient and to get a little better performance out of the cooler, well, using a little bit more power and maybe adding a little bit of noise. Although this cooler with this fan is dead silent. Even when it's being pushed hard, it is dead silent. which is important to a lot of people. So we're only going to use 2 of these. The other 2 we'll put away. In this bag, we have 2 sets of brackets. Again, 2 pairs. You use 1 pair. They look like parentheses for AMD builds. This is not an AMD build. We don't need those. Then you have a pair that are straight, and they will oppose each other with symmetry, like I'm displaying in my hand. We need those. We need to secure those to the standoffs that go to this backplate. So we need some standoffs and we need some screws. In this bag, we need 50% of its contents. All right. There's little rubber pads right here in this bag, and those are to go onto a fan to avoid the noise of vibration of the fan rattling against the metal. So if you wanted to add a fan, like if it was a scythe fan, it's already got rubber. Noctua fans have this rubber here. That's what that's for. It's noise dampening. So this is just noise dampening material for an optional additional fan, which again, we're not adding the additional fan because we're not going to run our CPU beyond what it was made to run at by the engineers. These little plastic standoffs, these are for AMD, and they'll go back in the bag because we aren't building an AMD. These long, skinny screws, I'm not sure how well you guys can see this stuff. There they are. These screws, these long, skinny screws, AMD, they go into those plastic spacers. We're whittling down, fewer and fewer parts, fewer and fewer parts. Okay, what we have here remaining, we have these little standoff, that's called standoff. We have a little one, we have a big one. You see? I don't know how to display that best to give you an idea of the altitude difference. However, one is significantly smaller. The small ones are used on those high-end Intel 2066, 2011. We're not using those today, so all 4 of those little ones can go right back in this bag. Was that more than 50%? Oh, maybe it was. Don't need it. What we have left are the 4 standoffs we actually need. Notice the standoff has a hole in the top, and this screw will go in there. You'll see, watch. The bracket will sit on here. So this is going to lock down. This will help sandwich this plate, and the motherboard will sit in between here, and this will lock it down in that 3rd hole. And then, when we've done all of them, and we have secured this backplate with these standoffs to the back of this motherboard, we will apply the bracket with the proper orientation, and then we will secure with one of these screws. We will place it at the very end of the bracket, at the bottom of the bracket. See how it's got an elongated opening? We're going to go towards the bottom of that opening, and we're going to put that on. We're just going to tighten it down, and then it screws super easy to tighten down. It's going to lock down. You can't over tighten it. So for the sake of invisibility, let's just pretend that we've mounted this backplate behind the motherboard, right? And then we've used these screws, and let's just say we tightened everything down. I'm not going to tighten it down because I'm just kind of giving you an X-ray here. What you've got now around your CPU are these 2 brackets that are going to face each other, yeah? And there's a hole in the middle, right there. And that's going to align, see that? When we put this on top of our CPU and we've installed this bracket, that's going to align, and hold that down on each side. 2 screws, one on this side, one on that side. That's your cooler install. Much, much easier and straightforward than the process of, let's say, a Cooler Master Hyper 212 Evo. So that's what I'm going to do now. Notice 2 holes. See them? What are they for? Well, they're going to help us know which, like, does this go on this way, or does it go on this way, or does it go on this way? Well, let me show you something. Be observant. You don't have to be smart. Just be observant. Pay attention, because it's super easy when you know what to look for. Now, to the untrained eye, this just looks like a, I don't know, a Google satellite image of San Francisco. However, it is not. I know, I'll wait for the shock to go away. The CPU is held in place in the socket. This is the back of the socket, and the socket is sandwiched onto the board with 3 screws. 2, 3. To avoid any warpage of this backplate, because it's metal, being pushed too hard against the socket and having those screws bend this metal out of shape, therefore affecting the amount of pressure the heatsink will have on top of the CPU, which will affect how effective it is at cooling. They have cut 2 holes to ensure a flush fit. But you said there's a screw down there too. Why didn't they give a cutout for that? Won't that one press against the back of the metal backplate and bend it? And I say, you know, that's observant, that's good, but not observant enough. Because when we place it over those 2 holes, where's that 3rd screw now? Halfway through the stream, you became Yoda. Notice the way I am holding this motherboard. I am not touching any of the silver pieces. Therefore, I don't have to worry about electrostatic discharge, and I do not have to wear an electrostatic strap because I am not touching anything other than grounding areas on the board. This is a little tricky, Takes some practice. It is, give yourself a little time to figure this out, because it really requires 3 hands. You know, when somebody says give them a hand, I think this is what they were referring to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower the board down and try and hold that back plate without touching anything metal on the board, right? I can touch all the plastic stuff. I can touch the socket here. This is plastic, the heat sink, the whole I/O shield. I can touch all that with no worry of electrostatic discharge. I would really want to avoid the back side of the board primarily. Most of the top is all plastic, and then everything's surface mounted tech. So even the top of the chokes, I can't static shock those, or these capacitors, I can't static shock those. So you really don't need to worry about the ghost of static shock as being a real thing. But look, if you want to wear an anti-static strap, it's very fashionable, and I congratulate you on your choice of safety, which is completely redundant and unnecessary if you follow proper handling. But regardless, choose. We're going to place the standoff, pick any of the 4 holes around the board, doesn't matter, just pick one. I'm picking this one because it's closer to me and I'm really lazy and that requires more reach. It actually kind of blocks the camera shot, right? So right here, I want to make sure that that standoff goes through. See, and don't touch the top of your CPU. Now I've been touching it, now I gotta clean it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Whatever you gotta do. If you gotta touch the top of CPU, fine. Just have some rubbing alcohol to clean it before you apply thermal compound. And we want that middle hole right up there to align, okay? And ideally, we can do this live on camera for the 8 millionth time without any assistance. And I'm going to just start this standoff, and don't tighten it too far. Give it a couple turns. And go to the, we'll get that later. Go to the opposite corner. Go directly diagonal from wherever you chose to start. And then start that one. Why am I doing that? Well, look what I've done. I'm in the center hole on both sides. That means these two sides cannot be misaligned anymore. I don't have to hold it anymore. These two are automatically aligned to the proper mounting hole of those three because these two are now started. There's still a little wiggle in there, which is good. So we have some play to get the standoff started in the two remaining holes, but we no longer need that third hand anymore. Now we can set the board down and very casually and simply fill in these last two holes. Everything lines up perfectly now by default. We have a runner. Oh, here he is. And I'll put this one. Where's it going to go? Anybody want to guess where this is going to go? Anybody? Let's look down in here. Hold on. Hold on. Where's it at? Wow, I am a bad camera operator. We've got 4, right? 1, 2, 3. Where could this one go? Does it go over here? Does it go over here? Well, how would you know? Well, it doesn't look right, does it? There's a symmetry. There's an equal spacing between these. So it seems like it should go over here. Without reading any directions, I mean, doesn't that seem like where that should go? You're right. That's exactly where it goes. That was easy, wasn't it? It was a trick question, seeing if you're paying attention. Was it really that easy? Yep, it's really that easy. And now, using the included screwdriver, that side is included with the Mugen 5, we are going to tighten these standoffs down very tight. But we don't want to crush the motherboard, and these screws will not come to a dead stop. These, I called them screws, these standoffs will let you tighten them until you crush the board if you exhibit such brute force. So we want it to be tight within reason. How do I know if it's too tight? If you hear your board crack, that's too tight. Do opposite corners because you want to make sure that there's no warpage occurring. If you tighten one side and then the other side, you may inadvertently warp the metal. So we, just like putting a tire on a car, we follow a star pattern, which the closest we can get to a star pattern with 4 bolts is pick a corner, go to the opposite corner, then do the 2 last corners. That back plate is on, and now we're ready to, remember I talked about these brackets? Remember I mentioned these brackets, yeah? Or do these brackets go on this way? Or do these brackets go on this way? Now the instructions are very clear. The brackets do not go on like that. The brackets do not go on like that. No, no. Look at the bracket. See this opening right here? That opening faces your CPU, and you see this lever goes right over that lever. This is not the same for AMD. This is strictly regarding the installation process on an Intel socket 1151, 11.5, anything. And then once again, we'll start start the screw, but don't tighten it. It's got a little bump. See a little bump in the bracket? See it? Okay, now we can tighten it down. What do you suppose would happen, apart from the fact the cooler wouldn't fit, if that little bump faced the other way? Is there anything underneath that little bump that little bump might bump into? Maybe some parts on the motherboard that it would maybe, I don't know, raise up a little bit to give clearance for said parts should they exist? Kind of makes sense, right? I mean, when you look at it, it kind of makes sense. Without any engineering background or ever building a computer before, you can kind of get where we're going in. And then that remaining bracket right here is symmetry, right? It's like a mirror image. You're going to go right to the opposite side. Once again, the opening facing the CPU, the bump going up, and you're going to place it exactly like a mirror image on the other side. With our two remaining screws, we can now lock that down. Once again, we want to be in the lower portion. You'll see these are elongated holes for different socket types, and we want to be in the bottom part. There's a slight waistline which prevents the screw from moving once you've selected top or bottom. So if you accidentally put it in the wrong side, it will not move up. Well, if you put it on the top, it won't move down. You have to physically remove the screw and reinsert it again. And this is to ensure that the fitment is done properly, because cooling is pretty important, and something simple but yet very thoughtful in the engineering design is one of the reasons I like this size cooler so much. Not only the cutouts in the cooler for the RAM, not only the included driver, not only the clear instructions, not only all of the socket types covered, but even in the little details of ensuring assistance in placing the screw in the proper location without allowing for any slide to take place through the process of installation is very well thought out. From a builder's perspective, it makes it very simple. I've got another screw somewhere around here. Oh, there's always one that's trouble. Where is it? Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. And that one, finally, will go right there. And these screws will come to a dead stop. You cannot over tighten them. They're just going to stop, and there's just no going past it. And it doesn't have to be super tight. The back plate has to be tight to the board, but once you're onto the bracket side, just tighten it down till the screw stops. You're good. Now, thermal compound is sometimes pre-applied on the bottom of some heat sinks. Not in this case. In this instance, they've given us a tube of thermal compound with way more than you need. You can probably have enough for 3 or 4 applications. Don't use the whole tube. Or you know what? Go ahead, use the whole tube. I don't care. But if you want to do it right, don't use the whole tube. Now, I would put this on right now, except when I talked about this case, and I talked about the limitations up here at the top, this motherboard, as many ATX boards, every ATX board, has a power connector right up here in this corner. And if I put this heatsink on now, how am I going to get my hands in there to plug on the power cable there? And there's a fan header right next to it. And I want to plug the rear case fan in here, and I want to plug the power supply CPU EPS power in there. Once I've done that, then I will put that on. So the order of the build process doesn't have to be that way. I mean, look, I have done it the hard way many times live on video. And after working way harder than I needed to, I said, gee, Carrie, maybe you should listen to the chat room and, I don't know, leave the heat sink off, but just go ahead and get the brackets all out of the way. Ah, see, we have a very smart chat room. And after about 6 or 7 builds, I finally listened. Yeah, see, I got there. So, look, do it however you want to do it. We still have RAM to put in too, but RAM is super, super easy to put in. And we can do it now, we can do it later, it doesn't matter. How we doing in the chat room? I am going to, I want to move the camera back, and I'm going to take a little breather and just pay a little attention to you guys for just a minute. Wipe the sweat off my brow and all that hard manual labor. Oh, is it that time? Oh my gosh, you are just like a clock. The dogs typically get fed at 5 o'clock. The time is 4:57. You are 3 minutes early. Your clock is off. Aren't you synchronizing with the Windows time clock? Is it a 64-bit time clock or a 32-bit? Food? Somebody feed me. Look, you're not starving. I'm practically skin and bones. No, you're actually, you have a very good, you're not fat, you're not skinny, you're just right. But I'm hungry. And you look like a giant chicken tender. Whoa, what happened? Hangry. Oh, okay. 2 minutes. God, I hate you. Stop it. You don't mean that. You don't mean that. Hey, are you hungry? All right. Well, what do you think, you're your brother? Huh? Is that what you think? You think that works? That gets him fed? Oh. You're like a wall. Where did I have this? This is not right. Let's put it there. It's not right either. Oh, I see. Okay. Still here? Just gonna wait out the clock? Don't want to lose your place in line? I totally get it. I understand. Look, it's pretty incredible. That is pretty incredible. It's 4:59. You are seconds away from dinner time. I know, I'm not stupid. Okay, all right. Don't be so defensive. All right, let's see where the other one is. Let's get these guys fed. And then maybe I'll eat. You want to share it with me? All right. Apparently Lyle's clock is off. Who wants dinner? Where's your brother? Don't care. Maybe Jimmy will do the food leap today. We'll point the camera just in case he does it. We'll point it right there. He hasn't done it the last 2 times. All right, let's get some dinner. Oh, there he comes. There he is. There he is. Is it 5 o'clock? Is he late? You were 1 minute late. You were held up in traffic. Really? Terrible accident on the 405? Wow, that's a long way away. Oh, it's something you heard on TV. You're watching Animal Planet again. Okay, let's get you some food. Good boy. Good boy. And Did he leap? I didn't even see it. Darn it. I don't know. Live playback. You do it again? Is this what all the hype and excitement is about? I wish I still got this excited for dog food. Oh, I dropped one. Okay. So, just give them a minute to eat, and then we'll give them the cookies, and we'll get back to work while I take a little breather. And, see what I've been missing in the chat room here. John Jack Wilson with a $25 contribution said, I am late as always, but here's a little something for the channel. Very generous. Jack continues to extend kindness and generosity well beyond any reasonable expectation, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you. Patrick Manny contributes $3.50. Here's Tree Viddy to buy more gadgets. PK Lahoda with a $5 contribution says, I've got to get that leaf blower. Where? Oh yeah, we talked about that. Bob Lozier with a $5 contribution. Hey, thank you, Bob. Dave Dallafiore with a $2 contribution said, there are 1,649 people watching. Please hit the like button. Well, that's kind if you want to do that. There's this little like thing underneath the video, and if you just click your mouse on it, it'll turn it blue, and then it says, basically, it tells the content creator, you like the content you're watching, please make more like this. Watching Carrie slowly go insane is very entertaining, I'm sure. You can also subscribe to the channel and continue to watch the insanity grow, and that is by doing that. Right? There's a subscribe button, you click it, and there's this stupid bell icon. You have to click that too if you want to be notified. Or you can just subscribe and guess when I publish. I don't know why you would subscribe otherwise. But look, it'll cost you nothing. And if you want to do it, do it. If you don't, don't. Everybody's cool. We're good. Thank you very much. I'm really tired. I'm so tired. Glenn's Music contributes $5 and says, when and why did you change from using Scotch tape to nitrile gloves when applying thermal compound? A fair question. Initially, I was applying thermal compound by spreading it with a flat blade screwdriver that I would clean with the same rubbing alcohol and a cotton ball to clean it, to keep all the dirt and stuff off of it so I didn't contaminate the thermal compound. And, oh man, did people get upset. You're scratching the surface of your CPU. And of course, the surface of the CPU is underneath the heat spreader, and the heat spreader is made of a cheap metal material that isn't the best conductor of heat, but it's cheap for what you get, and it's kind of porous, and the manufacturing process doesn't leave it completely flat underneath or on top, and it's got little imperfections, as most metals do, combined with the porous nature of the material. Blah, blah, blah. And so we have thermal compound, and then I would spread it with the screwdriver, and then people said, you know, you could use a piece of Scotch tape and use your finger. And I said, you know what, that's a good idea. I think I'll do that. And I did it for a little while, and then the subject of gloves came up, and I did a little research on it, and gloves weren't always cheap. Basically throwing away, I'm going to buy something to throw away, like a garbage bag. I buy garbage bags so I can throw them away. It's the only reason I buy them. In the box they come in, I throw that away too. Best money I ever spent. I literally take the money, convert it into plastic that will take forever to biodegrade, and then I put it into a bin, and then a truck collection comes once a week and then picks it up and takes it to a landfill. Yeah, that's what we do. So, the idea of buying rubber gloves was like an unnecessary expense. And I, you know, live in hand to mouth, certainly back then. Wasn't going to spend money I didn't have to spend. And not a trust fund baby over here, not an heir to an empire that anybody's told me about. So I have to work to get paid. And then I didn't value my skills enough, so I was voluntarily undercharging, thinking it would bring me more business, when ultimately I was just working harder and still struggling to make ends meet. It was really stupid. But that's why I was a computer tech and not a business major. But this company called Harbor Freight Tools opened up, and they started selling tools real cheap, like super cheap. And they have like these coupon books that would show up, and they'd say, yeah, if you come in here, you can have a box of nitrile gloves for free. Or, I don't know, practically free. I don't remember. So I bought some, and they were huge, and they didn't fit at all. That was a complete waste of money. Sloppy, you know. The latex and rubber gloves, after some research, are not advisable for use in electronics work. But nitrile, fine. So then it was like, all right, I need to find a smaller nitrile glove. And unfortunately for me, a lot of the mechanics that work on cars, where Harbor Freight Tools sells tools, are big guys. Not too many little guys. So not a big mover. They don't stock a lot of it. So I think I found mediums, and I tried those, but they were too thick. I'm like the princess in the pea over here with the gloves. But then I didn't give up. I said, okay, now I know I need the thinnest, smallest nitrile glove I can get. And now it wasn't even about price. Now I was just upset. Now I'm just like, I'm going to figure this out. And they still weren't that expensive, maybe $7 or $8 a box. And they fit. And I said, well, let's do that with the finger instead of the screwdriver or instead of the Scotch tape. And it was easier. It was less messy. I liked it better. And I thought, oh, this is the way I want to do it from now on. And then some viewers sent me finger cots. And the finger cots, they're too large. They fall off my finger. You're wasting a whole glove for one finger. Well, no, I usually use the other fingers to wipe up excess. And furthermore, the little finger cots, apart from being too big, they don't give me all the surface area to pick up excess and stuff that a regular, you know, having the other additional digits to help clean up any overage before I apply the heatsink is appreciated. So I said, thanks for whoever sent these to me. I can't use them. And then a couple of months later, somebody else sent them to me. Hey, here's a surprise for you. Please stop sending me the finger cots. I don't use them. I don't like them. I don't want them. And they don't fit. So the nitrile gloves are the perfect solution. And if something better comes along, maybe the chat room will have another suggestion other than finger cots that I may adapt to in the future. But I like to make sure that the one consistent thing I'm getting to is that the thermal interface material is spread evenly across the entire surface of the internal heat spreader. And there's heat across the entire bottom of that heat spreader. It's not just in the middle anymore. There's almost the entire underside, especially if you have integrated graphics. Heck, even if you don't, the processor probably still has it underneath. It's just disabled. But regardless of that, whether it is or it isn't, I want the heat spreader is a certain size for a reason. And the heat sink is as big as or larger than the heat spreader for a reason. They don't just make the heat sink attached to the middle. This giant heat sink, and a little teeny tank is right on there. Think Athlon XP, which had no internal heat spreader, just an exposed CPU die with your heat sink crushed right on top of it. And how many dies did people crack? Oh, let me count. Many. Because nothing protected that die. And if you didn't put the heatsink on just right, many Athlon XPs were murdered brutally by the inappropriate application of the heatsink. But man, direct heatsink right on the die. Boy, that should have made technochondriacs should have been like, ooh, 2 degrees cooler. It's 2 degrees cooler. So today, in August of 2020, from the flat blade screwdriver to the Scotch tape to the nitrile gloves, the concept remains the same and the end result remains the same. How we get to that end result at the end of the day makes no difference in cooling performance whatsoever. None. Test it yourself. Test it yourself. You want to put a pea-size grain of rice, whatever, dab, and then squish it down because I'm not going to have any air bubbles. Because, yeah, the thermal compound viscosity doesn't change when it heats up. But I saw a video where a guy put a piece of glass on, and I go, yeah, and he didn't put it on with the right amount of pressure. He didn't turn the CPU on. He didn't allow the thermal material to get viscous. And furthermore, it's not an airtight system, so it's not like air bubbles can't get out, and it's not like air bubbles can't get in. And glass is a more porous material than any heat sink you'll ever use. So the test is so flawed through the lack of education, and people who also don't have any education of basic thermodynamics look at it and go, well, that makes sense. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. It is completely against reality because you don't understand the engineering specifications that require a certain amount of, I don't know what it is, Newton meters of pressure or whatever that is dictated by the CPU manufacturer, that the motherboard manufacturer has to be ensured the socket can support, that the heatsink manufacturer has to be assured can meet or exceed those requirements, and the thermal material plays a very tiny little, almost insignificant role in transferring that heat. It's fairly insignificant. So therefore, what thermal material you use and how you choose to apply it will make very little real-world performance difference in the actual cooling of your chip. And your chip, your CPU specifically, isn't going to run better because it's cooler. If it runs underneath its maximum temperature allowed, then it runs the same. It runs the same at 10C, 20C, 30C, 40C, 50C, 60C, 70C. It's the same, upwards to 100 degrees Celsius for many Intel chips, 95. It varies. AMD chips tend to have a lower thermal junction. But even when it hits that, the world doesn't come crashing down. Your computer doesn't catch fire. Dogs and cats don't start getting along. You know what happens? Your CPU starts shutting down cores to cool itself down, which appears to you to be your computer busy doing something. You know, it's doing something, I don't know. And then it cools down and it goes back to regular speed again. And you know, whatever that was, it did it. Like the average consumer has no idea why that happened. They just think it's working. It's working. And indeed, it's working. It's working to save itself from self-destruction. So when people want to push things beyond their engineering design specifications, that's when you need to go with extreme cooling solutions that are expensive and far more difficult to install and don't have the reliability of, say, an air cooler. Furthermore, they add to system instability, they add to additional wear and tear, but ultimately that doesn't really matter, right? Because if a CPU is designed to last 75 years and you're wearing it down to 30 years, it's still going to be 20, 25 years outside of the use that you're going to have it. Especially if you're that demanding of a user, you're probably not going to have that CPU very long because you're never happy. You're just never happy. You're going to have a gigahertz frequency and you're going to be excited, and the next week a new chip's going to come out stock that runs faster with a stock cooler than what you hodgepodge together and spend all this money on. So your win is very temporary, and now you don't have anything special anymore. So now you got to go buy another one and do it all again. And then a couple weeks after that, then another one comes out, and money. And it's like the only reason you have a computer is to, I don't know, to do this. Most people have a computer, because they need it for something like communication. But look, if that's your hobby, if that's what you enjoy, I think that's great. You enjoy that. That's wonderful. It's not practical, and it doesn't appeal or have any value to the vast majority of computer owners. So those YouTube channels, those enthusiasts that want to promote that and endorse that and encourage that, that's fine. Good for them. What I do is fine. Good for me. You know. What else can I tell you about it? It's a good question. The nitrile gloves have only gotten cheaper and more available. They're easier to find now than ever before. Used to be you had to go to like a medical supply store, you know, you had to go to a specialty place, but now mechanics use them, everybody's using them. They're very inexpensive, widely available. In 1986, I don't think there was a nitrile glove. I don't think it was invented. Maybe it was, I don't know, I really don't know. But I wouldn't know where to find one, and they were probably outside of my budget, and if I could use a screwdriver for free and keep my prices low and, you know, maybe get a little extra for dinner, that's how I chose to spend my money. So through the evolution of time and products distribution and manufacturing and all those factors combined, this has been, for me, the way I choose to apply the thermal compound, which again, at the end of the day, probably makes no difference whatsoever. Not anymore. However, because I support and am held accountable, responsible, and liable for the machines that I build, I don't need or require anybody's approval or criticism of how I choose to build the system unless they are going to take responsibility for it and cover the costs and the labor to address any concerns that their advice leads to. So it doesn't make any sense why people are so fascinated on this particular subject, because it is so insignificant and unimportant and makes no difference in the real world. I don't get the fascination, specifically with heat and computers, which is not a problem. We're not solving anything. It's consumer electronics. You could slap the whole thing together without any thermal compound. I could leave the heat sink off of it and fire it up right now. What do you think it's going to do? Is it going to catch fire? No. It's going to get hot real quick. Performance is going to go down. So, hey, you probably should put a heat sink on there. Okay. AMD Athlon XP days, the CPU would get so hot it would actually crack in half. I witnessed it. I've seen it with my own eyes. The little plastic tabs that AMD still uses to this day. In Arizona, that plastic gets dry relatively quickly, and if you've had your machine 5 or 6 years, what'll happen, what can happen, I don't know that it will, but what can happen, because I've seen it numerous times, is the little plastic tab becomes brittle, and any jostling of the system, it breaks off, and the little metal clips that hold the heatsink in place, one no longer has anything to attach to. The owner of the computer doesn't know this, right? So the owner of the computer goes to turn the computer on, and the heatsink is cattywampus. It's not even flush with the CPU anymore. CPU has no internal heat spreader. It's a bare die exposed now with a heatsink that's crooked and no longer making contact with the die whatsoever. And the system overheats. It has a funny smell. The customer turns it off, and the CPU is done for. We don't live in that era anymore. So all of those concerns and anxieties and worries are not a part of technology today. To have that concern is absolutely and totally unjustifiable unless you are using the hardware in a way in which it was not designed to be used. In that case, that's your problem. It's not my problem. So I am profoundly baffled by the fascination of temperatures, specifically as to what relates to computers. Not their Xbox, not their television, not their smartphone, not their car, only the computer. Because that's a problem for who? It's not a problem. It's not a problem. You're not solving anything. So I don't know what to say. I'm sort of like, okay, let's talk about this for 20 minutes. Will it make a difference? Will the culture change? Will people, the extreme enthusiasts, will they stop being so passionate about cooling because I have just shattered every logical reason why that doesn't make any sense and is completely irrelevant? Nope, won't make a difference. Nobody said it had to make any sense, Carrie. They're people. And they have got this technological hypochondria, technochondria. and then it infects other people. And I have to witness it completely helpless and say, can we vaccinate for this? Is there anything we can do? It's all up to you. Only you can prevent technochondria. You guys ready for a cookie? Is it cookie time? They're like, oh my God, that talk is so boring. Oh, okay, all right. What do you want me to talk about, squirrels? Oh, now we're talking on something. Now we're getting somewhere. What kind of squirrels? Slow ones that are fat? Oh, my favorite kind. Oh boy. How many cookies have you guys eaten this week? How many cookies have you eaten this week? Hey, all right, that's enough of that. I can't help it, I agree, they're delicious. Jimmy, come here. Okay. Here we go. Let's see. Come on, stage left. Stage left. No. Come over here. Step over. Come here. Come here. Okay, now. Oh, you're such a... Always have to claw at my way overpriced microphone. If this was a cheap microphone, you probably wouldn't even be interested. Okay. Jimmy. Lyle. Okay, a little personal. You can, it's a little inappropriate. That's a little forward of you. Look at how polite your brother is. Look at him. No, I don't want to look at him. Okay. He's like, I will bite your face off. That's your warning shot. I got it. You ready? Oh, look at those teeth. Okay. How about you? You're drooling. You've got drool. Oh, it's gross. Oh, wait, that was my drool. Sorry. Hey, guys. Torched Wings has contributed 99 cents. Ooh, that sounds good right now. I could go for some torched wings. Evan Root with another contribution. $2 says, oh, the screws that come with the cases is model specific. That's an important fact. Well, I think so, especially if you work with a lot of different cases. One of the benefits of working with so many of the Corsair 200Rs is I have plenty of extra screws in such a circumstance. And many of my customers don't know where they put the motherboard box with all the spare parts. So by keeping everybody the same, I do have spare parts. Essential Working Too Hard contributes $5 and says, just because you being you, LOL. Well, it beats being chased and beat up. Rockin' Rob has contributed $5. He says, I love extreme close-ups. Awesome. You are on a roll today, Carrie. Love it. Well, thank you, Rockin' Rob. Don't encourage me. Joe Biancardi contributes $4.99. It says, Carrie, love the channel. I've been a sub since 2017. Are the EVGA 2080 Ti graphics cards still being produced? Again, with the pandemic, we are having distribution issues, not manufacturing issues per se, but distribution issues. And it's a supply and demand with everybody working remotely from home. Sales of hardware has gone up, partly due to the stimulus checks. People had extra money to spend, and a lot of people are buying graphics cards. I don't know why. It's really strange. PC World just did an article on this today by my good friend. Can I call him a good friend? Sure, why not? He's an industry peer who I see from time to time and I'm very friendly and courteous with. His name is Gordon Ung, and Gordon is a contributing editor at PC World Magazine who has the best insider information into the tech journalists. You know, he can interpret the press releases properly. There are people writing tech journalism who repeat the information, but in doing so, because they don't fully understand it, they misconstrue. So Gordon understands it, and he explains it very well, and he does a very good job. And he just did this whole article about graphics sales and how they've bumped up this last quarter beyond expectations, and speculation is because so many people working remotely from home. But whatever, it is a supply and demand issue. It's and distribution due to the pandemic, not a manufacturing issue. So yes, yeah. As far as I know, there are many manufacturers of 2080 Ti, from PNY to, I don't know, was it Sapphire, Zotac, EVGA? It's not one company, you know. It's not like one company decides. So if one company doesn't want to make the 2080 Ti, I'm sure the other companies would be happy about that, right? Sutwix Gaming contributes £2, says, keep up the good work. Thank you. Rick Lakes contributes $5. George Z with $5. And Monty UL with $5. He said, yes, Jimmy did jump. Hey, see, all I had to do was not watch. Thanks, Monty. Thanks, George. Thanks, Rick. Thanks, Sutwix Gaming and Joe Biancardi and Rockin' Rob, of course. Chris Mahoney with $25 says, thank you for the entertainment. Well, thank you for playing loose with me today. You know, everything gets to be so rigid. Sometimes just like to cut it loose a little bit and be a little goofy, because some days that is rigidly required to be goofy. Manadel and Tobisland Studios with €2 says, I can't believe I'm giving you money for feeding dogs. Okay, guys, you can't eat anymore. That was your last meal. You got to figure it out yourself. Strict. Thank you for the contribution. Ryan Grady, look at this, $65. That's very generous. Thank you, Ryan. He says, thank you for all you do. Thank you for all you do. David Austin contributes $10. He says, to get my money's worth of my computer builds, I use the handle of the Mugen 5 screwdriver to apply thermal compound. Just kidding. I think you're doing it the hard way. Thank you for the contributions, David. Ryan, Manadel, Chris Mahoney, Marty, thanks you guys. Thank you. $1,330 people are watching live right now. We're going on 3 hours and 12 minutes. As you know, I really like to keep a 4-hour limit on these videos. So I have to get back to work so I can boot this thing up and get Windows 10 installed before I run out of time. Tick-tock. No pressure. George Z contributes $5. Says, good night, Carrie and all the mods, and to all the others who joined in. Have a great night. Keep on joining in. Right on, George. I love your spirit. I love your generosity. I love your kindness. Not a big fan of the avatar. What is he gonna? Was it all gonna be compliments? I kid. Woody the Woodpecker's fine. It's fine. John Lewis contributes $5, said, feeding the dogs is my favorite. John joins us from Brazil. Very cool. I have a childhood friend who lives in Sao Paulo, speaks fluent Portuguese, and does technical translation, which requires an engineering degree to understand the technical documentation to then translate it into or from English, Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, French. She's very smart. A childhood friend with a lot of ambition said, I am leaving America and I am living in Brazil, and has not regretted it. Apparently she's still there. So yeah, apparently something very appealing about living there, as opposed to here that I don't know because I've never been there. So it's pretty cool again to see people watching from all over the world, and maybe someday I will get to see Brazil, a piece of it. It's a pretty big place. It looks beautiful. Marco says, I left Italy and living in Florida. It's funny because I know people that lived in Florida and left to go live in Italy. What are you going to do? I don't think the pizza's as good, is it? The food in general can't be as good in Florida. I would stay in Italy just for the food, but I'd also be a lot fatter and a lot happier, maybe. Carrie, have you seen the Mugen 5 Shuriken 3 cooler? That's what Paul Wright wants to know. And what do you think of it? I don't know if they sent me one of those. I don't really have any use for it at this time. I don't have any builds where that would benefit me. And the Mugen 5 is primarily the cooler of choice for the builds that I do. If I was in a certain circumstance that required a cooler of different dimensions, I might give it a shot. But until that day, I have no reason to. So I have no opinion of it, since it doesn't solve any problem I have. And the Mugen 5 is such a universal, affordable, and easy to get part. I don't have any motivation to change that unless I have to. But given the quality of the Scythe cooler, I would expect as much from any Scythe product. I would hope that all Scythe products are easy to install, well-built, reliable, and are effective at cooling. But I don't know that as a fact. I just really, really see a lot of value in the Mugen 5 for all of those variables across the board. Sharon says, I think that's to me. Maybe someday you'll start building. One can hope. I'm so tired. Craig Webb contributed $10. Marco says, I miss my cheeses. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, you have cheeses we don't have. Although, I'll be honest with you, pecorino, we don't do a lot with goats here in America. Not a whole lot of goat milk and goat cheese. There's some. Why they got to say pecorino? Can't you just say goat? Just say goat. What is that? It's pecorino romano. Oh, it's romano made from goat milk? Pecorino. Charge $5 more. I think a cow is superior to a goat. I'm not buying many goat steaks. Not drinking a whole lot of goat milk and eating a lot of goat cheese. Give me the cow. You're American, aren't you? I am, yeah. What gave it away? You don't want to know. Squad Morale Restored contributes £5, says, loving tonight's chat, Carrie. Your energy has kept me awake, and it's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. Thanks to the chatters, too, for making the hours fly by. I feel completely drained, and the fact that you think I have energy is fantastic. I was up till 6 o'clock in the morning yesterday. I only got a few hours of sleep, and I have a lot of work ahead of me, and get your violin out and start playing it, and how miserable my life is with all this food and shelter that I have. I hear it too. Carrie, just to let you know, this is from Thomas Robinson. BOS 1 terabyte 1. Come on, Boston. If you follow NHL. Oh, I see. I see Boston and Tampa Bay. Is that what that is? It's a hockey stick. I used to play hockey when I was the same size when I was 8. But I used to play hockey. I was right wing, and I have a little patch, not a participation patch. I earned it, playoffs, for 2 years. I think 76 and 77 and 77 and 78. And never played again. That's why I have all my teeth. All right. I enjoy watching hockey because the rules are pretty simple. Get the puck over there and get anybody out of your way in any way, form, or shape possible. There's not a whole lot of fouls or offsides, and the violence is overwhelming and over the top, and it's pretty simple. You know, football gets a little confusing with the rules. Hockey's pretty straightforward. If something gets in your way, slam it up against the wall. You know, that's pretty much how it works. I'm a simple guy, you know, what can I tell you? These Gigabyte motherboards always have the, is he getting back to work? These Gigabyte motherboards always have this extra mounting hole. I've talked about it endlessly. So I've already got the little plastic standoff that is totally unnecessary, but because I have them, I'll use them. And I'll just push that in now so I don't forget later. And what else? We could put the motherboard into the case. Sure, why not? Has to be done sometime. When is a better time than now? 10 more minutes? Kinda. I think somewhere in the back of my mind, if I procrastinate long enough, I'll look back and it'll be done. Little magical elves will show up and do all the work, you know. But it's yet to happen. And the more I procrastinate, the longer it's going to take me to finish. But I do enjoy our conversations where I do all the talking. I enjoy that a lot, so thank you. It is nothing like talking to myself. It is completely different. No, it's exactly the same, except when you guys talk back, which is cool. I'm gonna just move this over there. That seems fine. I don't need this, so that'll go to the customer. What do I need? I need to lay the case. On its side. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's work with gravity. I've got to get the I/O shield put in right down here. I better do that. There's something I have to do first. Something very important. It requires my immediate attention. Thank goodness I have those extra USB ports. How hot is it today? It's for bonsai trees. It wouldn't have made sense if you could plug it in the wall, you know. This is totally USB for no apparent purpose. See that again? I/O shield. I'm going to just set the motherboard down somewhere. Let's put it right back here for now. Careful not to scratch the counter. Look in the motherboard box. We've got our 2 SATA cables, neither of which we're using on the build. Don't need that. Documentation, driver disk, outdated and obsolete. Get all your drivers through Windows Update or from the manufacturer's website. I/O shield. There we go. And then all that other extra documentation, the side screwdriver, spare parts, they'll all go in this box, which will be given to the customer. And hopefully the customer will put it away where they can find it in a couple years' time. There'll be nothing in there they need anytime soon, likely. But all the other boxes will be recycled. That box will be reused for all the documentation, all the spare parts. The extra thermal compound will go in there. The extra screws, mounting stuff for the cooler will go in there. Extra screws for the case. You see where I'm going with this? Yeah? Now, much like a bag of chips, bag of crisps. This is sealed closed so it doesn't go stale. Why is it sealed closed? Why is it even in a bag? We hate the environment. Death to all. Oh. "20 minutes later." I/O shield. Grounding strap. Watch that grounding strap. Metal to metal. Conducts. Power supply is metal. Metal touching metal touching metal. That's all conducting. What's it conducting? Ground. From where? From the ground plug. The internal circuitry is grounded to the case of the power supply, which then attaches to the case of the computer, which is also metal, which conducts, and this is also metal, which conducts, and all together it works as a, say it with me, ground. Yeah. Just push that in. All four corners. Sometimes they don't always snap. Just kind of feel the edge to see if it's coming all the way through evenly. It isn't tilted. Not that it really matters. It just looks nice if you do it right. All of our standoffs, I'm losing my voice. All of the standoffs in the case are already located in the proper position. So if you're building with a different motherboard or a different case, do check that the holes in the motherboard align with the standoffs in the case. Because if there's a standoff in your case where there is no hole in the motherboard, you can't see it when you put the motherboard down. Standoffs are attached to the case. The standoffs are metal, the case is metal. The power supply is metal, the I/O shield's metal. Why are they metal? They all conduct. They conduct. What are they conducting? They're conducting ground. So what happens when a ground interferes in the circuit of electricity? That's called a short. It's not a tall, and it's not a vente or a grande or an Ariana. It is a short, and a short can occur when a ground, in this case a standoff, hits the back of the motherboard where there is a circuit and not a mounting hole, which you can't see because there's no hole. You can't see. So you need to look before you mount the board that the holes in the board each have a standoff behind them, and then you can count the number of standoffs in your case, if need be, to ensure that the number of holes matches the number of standoffs, and if they all align, you're good. Or you can inspect each one by one, pick up the board, put it down, pick up the board, put it down, look through each hole. Yep. Oh, got a standoff, doesn't belong there, take it out. Don't want a short from the ground, from the case, connected to the power supply, hooked to the power connector, into the wall. Was that an earth ground? No, it's a Neptune ground. I'm fine. The Corsair 200R. Did you like that? Just reset. Reboot. Corsair 200R already has the standoffs where we need them to be for the H370 HD3 motherboard that we're installing in this example. So If you bought a brand new, not used, but a brand new case, and you bought an H370 HD3 motherboard, among others, it's not just the old motherboard, but this example, if you follow it exactly, then who cares about the standoffs? You don't need to worry about it. You don't even need to count them, unless you bought the case used and somebody might have moved them around. But if it's a brand new case, it's already ready to go. Take your motherboard, which we have right over here. This part of the board, the back of the board, goes to the back of the case. This is your I/O. Input and output. You see, this is where the communication that happens on your board is transmitted, and the output of all the work it's doing. For the human being to appreciate what the computer's doing, it has visual output, audio output. You could add visual input if you like with a capture card. It has audio input for a microphone or other audio input. It has an Ethernet adapter for information input and output through a network as big as the internet, the biggest network in the world. It has numerous USB ports for the transfer of data back and forth to a printer, to a keyboard, to a whatever, flash drive, whatever you have. It's all input, output, input, output. It's how your computer communicates. It's how it receives and sends information. It sends the information through a video output so that you can translate it with your eyes and now can communicate with the computer. Without that, a little tough. There used to be computers that didn't have CRTs. They weren't even RGB CRTs. No siree. What other letters can I come up with? No, the computer would have to print out everything on paper, and ink, and noise, tractor feeds that jammed, and not normal paper, big paper. And that's how you would know what the computer was saying, was what it printed. It would tell you on paper. Then we got cathode ray tubes, CRTs. What is this, a history lesson? Look, all I'm saying is, it wasn't that long ago, 40, 50 years ago, and you're worried about your temps being 2 degrees. Okay, we got back on that again. I'm going to just gently set the board in and rest it. Right now, metal is touching metal, but that's okay because we haven't applied any power, so it doesn't matter. At this point, we just don't want to scratch anything up. We could break a trace on a board if we're indelicate with the handling of it. So we just set it down gently, and then I'm going to adjust it so that the I/O ports line up with the I/O shield, so it's all properly aligned. Watch that grounding strap so it doesn't get bent down and cover up the port. Then you've got everything done, and then you can't plug something in, and you went, ugh. And then you got to take it all back apart again. Yeah. Not all I/O shields have those little grounding straps. Some I/O shields have like a foam metal, it's like an aluminum foil kind of backing to them that also works as a ground without the metal tabs to interfere. This rear case fan has a power cable that likes to get underneath your motherboard. It's almost like they designed it specifically to go and trap itself under the motherboard effortlessly with no input or intention on the builder's part. It will happen very easily, so be mindful of that and hold the cable out of the way. It's the only cable that should be in your way. Power supply cables, you see I've taken them all and just shoved them off to the side so they won't get trapped under the motherboard, because that sucks. It just sucks. So we're gonna then, I'm picking up the motherboard by the PCIe slot. I'm grabbing the PCIe slot and lifting the board just a little bit so I can slide it forward and make these I/O shields, make the ports rather of the I/O align with the holes. And if I pick up the back of the board and tilt it forward, it should help me to adjust and align so that these ports are lining up correctly. If they are, then I'm going to push the motherboard towards the I/O shield and then set it down. And the center standoff on the bottom of the case is going to go through the center hole in the middle of the motherboard, and it's going to hold it there for us so that we can now grab a screwdriver and some screws and then secure that motherboard without it shifting around. So I'm going to push it towards you, watch, and then the board gently seats down over the standoff that is a metal post through the center hole of the board. Now the board is pretty well, as long as we're working with gravity, it's not going anywhere. If I pick the case up and make it vertical so you can see, the board will just fall out and hit the floor, and customers don't like that. So I will go to the box of parts that came with the case, which I have yet to open because I haven't needed any of them yet. Power supply came with its own screws. I don't know why EVGA, some of their most expensive power supplies, which are black, come with silver screws. This is a budget power supply from EVGA, which is black, came with black screws. Maybe you don't care. These are these really long, skinny screws. They're for adding another optional fan to the front of the case. We're not even going to, oh yeah, I will turn that fan on. What decides if I turn the front fan on is whether or not I'm adding a graphics card. Many of my customers are business customers. They have work to do. They're not interested in playing games. They don't need anything more than internal graphics on the CPU. So we don't need to add a fan or activate that fan. It doesn't do anything to bring in dust. When we do add a graphics card, we call that adding discrete graphics. Then it benefits, although it's not required, it benefits and promotes better airflow to keep that card running quieter, since it'll be running a little bit cooler. And I mean, we got it, so it doesn't hurt to use it. These are additional fan screws that can go on the side panel of the case, the bottom of the case, the top of the case. You can put so many fans on this thing. How many fans? We can put 1, 2, another one up front, 3, one on the bottom, big one, 140, 160. Is that a thing? 160? I don't know. Big one on the bottom. It's 5. And it'll do a great job of bringing in dust and making no difference in your temps and adding noise and increasing temperature. I'm sorry, increasing energy usage on your power supply, which causes it to run hotter because you added fans. Sure, that's a thing. Try it. Fans don't lower the temperature of a room, let's say. If I'm in this room with a ceiling fan on, it's moving air, not cooling air. It's moving air. That's all it's doing. It's just moving. The air conditioner is cooling the air. A ceiling fan or any fan moves air. And because I'm told, human, that moving air that is chilled by the air conditioner feels better when it's moving, resulting in feeling cooler. But the temperature of the room doesn't change, only how I feel about it. Like my temperature can change, but the room temperature doesn't change. As such, adding fans to your computer is just more moving air. If the air is moving in different directions, it's creating buffeting and all kinds of issues that is worse than having no fans. So you've got to find a balance in your fans. Hook them up, try them out, measure your temps, measure your noise, measure your electrical usage, and measure your costs. Some fans are very expensive, and how frustrating would it be to go through that effort only to find out it made zero difference and only added to noise. Generally recommend one exhaust fan, whether it be in the back or the top, but not both. One or the other. If you have both an exhaust and rear, disconnect one, if you don't believe me, and run all your temperatures. Won't make any difference. And if I'm wrong, plug it back in. I'm not wrong. There may be some exceptions, maybe. But there's no universal rule here the other way either, where more fans are better. In fact, usually it's quite the opposite. Let's just put these. We got 5 screws, and I really should start in the top corner because that one's always difficult. If I do good on the top corner right up here, then generally the rest go well. I often save that top corner for the last, and then I struggle with it. So after about 17, 18 more times, I'm sure I'll get it. This screwdriver has a clutch that prevents any over-tightening of the screws. However, I do recommend, if you're a first-time builder, that you tighten all your screws by hand to ensure that there is no accidental cross-threading. There's no particular reason those screws have to be set to a certain torque setting. The screwdriver offers it, and I'm taking advantage of it. It's at a very low clutch setting of 3, and the screwdriver will shut itself off when that torque has been met. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They all went in. Great. Super. Look at that. Now, there were 7 holes on the board. I only used 5 screws. The one hole doesn't match a standoff on the bottom of the case, so that was a plastic peg I plugged into that hole. Could have left the hole empty. It doesn't matter. It's not supportively required. Other motherboards of the same dimensions from other manufacturers do not have that hole, just Gigabyte. Now, the other hole, the middle hole, that's where the post went through to hold the board in place. So from the 7 holes, 2 were already being consumed, leaving 5. I used 5 of the coarse threaded short screws to go into the standoffs and secure the board right there. Perfectly secure. Now, screwdrivers of Milwaukee M4. I used to be able to get these on Amazon. They're very difficult to find on Amazon. You can get them all day long at homedepot.com. $139. Get you a great driver with a 5-year warranty? 3 years, 5 years? Clutch setting, drill setting, lock setting, 2 speeds, lithium-ion battery, charger and battery. It bends. I put a 6-inch Phillips #2 that I got on Amazon. I got a magnetic bit magnetizer I just keep on there to keep it super strong, the Emodium magnet. And then if you're doing a lot of electronics work to avoid carpal tunnel syndrome or repetitive stress disorders, a wonderful investment. If you're a first-time builder, don't waste your money unless you have other light work projects. This is not a high torque driver. I'm not going to be building furniture with it. But for electronic work, you don't want to be using a drill. Please don't use a drill. Don't use a hammer drill or an impact drill. Please, and if you do, film it so I can watch it because that'll be hilarious. All right, this, I've been touching this, right? So I need to clean that before I apply thermal compound. But it's not time for that. I have to hook that power connector up, and I want to hook this fan up into this corner right now before I get that giant heatsink in the way, and then I'll add the RAM, and then we can fire it up. So this is the 24-pin motherboard power connector coming off the power supply. No other connector looks like this. We feed it through the wire management hole here and feed it through this side. There's a 4-pin additional connector. Why is it optional? When have you ever seen a motherboard just use a 20-pin connector after 1999? I don't know. Why are we still supporting that? I have no idea. So it makes this harder to install because you have to kind of put the 2 ends together and then hold them together and rotate it in the proper direction with the clip facing the outside edge of the motherboard. This is a talent right here. This should be on America's Got Talent, because when you figure out how to do this efficiently and quickly, nobody recognizes that as talent. They don't appreciate the skill that's required and completely avoidable if the manufacturers would stop it. We've got a wire tie holding on our front port umbilicals. Umbilicals meaning these are the cables that feed everything to this front panel. These are the 2 USB 3s, headphones, microphone, reset switch, hard drive LED, power switch, power LED, all contained right here and is fed through these cables, which looks quite intimidating to novices, but I assure you, you just take 1 cable at a time. Don't be overwhelmed by looking at all the cables. You focus on 1 at a time, and before you know it, you're like, hey, that was no big deal. If you don't believe me, look behind your TV and look at that mess. You're responsible for that. You did that. Now, motherboard power connector remaining is the EPS power connector that feeds power to our CPU. Kind of looks like a graphics card power connector. You see how that's got two off to the side that you would hold together for some graphics cards. But this one is 2 sets of 4, and on this motherboard we will push those together, and we could just plug it right in, but it looks terrible. So we're gonna try and hide the cable to look like we know what we're doing here and make it super easy to work on in the future by keeping this nice and clean. We're gonna feed it right through that cable management hole. We're gonna take up the slack, come around back. There's a hole up here in the corner. We're gonna feed that. Gotta kind of finesse it a little bit. It's a tight fit, but if you're patient and you get the right angle, it's one of those things when you struggle, it gets harder, like quicksand. With this, if you just relax, it'll just happen. And then we'll bring it across and pull it through. Now, some motherboards, the clip goes down, some motherboards, the clip goes up. This motherboard, specifically, the clip goes towards the edge of the board, which is up. And without the heatsink in our way, we have super easy access to hold those two 4-pin connectors together with the clips in the middle, and then feel for them to, both sides, to align with for the plug to align with the socket. You'll feel it. It may require some patience. It's a pain in the butt sometimes. When it aligns, you'll feel it. Once it starts to go into the plug, then you can push down, and you want to make sure you push down evenly on both sides so that both 4-pin connectors side by side click in, and you give the cable a light pull, a light tug. If it falls off, you didn't plug it in all the way. We will later pull the slack back out to this side and then hide that cable, so our cable management will be much easier, better looking, easier to work on, et cetera, et cetera. Now we can put RAM in. Let's put the RAM in. Sure, why not? The RAM is one of the easiest things you can install, upgrade, or replace on any computer, and it is the most common reason why people have blue screens of death, random crashes. A lot of people have bad RAM, they don't even know it. And the reason why that happens is because they're not using it. If you have more RAM than you're using, it's sitting there unused. And then when you run a process, typically a different process, maybe an upgrade caused it, a driver upgrade, or a new piece of software causes it, where now you're utilizing an area of memory you never utilized before. That's been bad the whole time, but you didn't know it was bad because you never used it, but now you're using it, you're not aware you've really made any change. And now your system's unstable. You're like, I don't know what's going on. Is it my CPU? Is it my power supply? What's happening? Most of the time, it's RAM. Some of you watching right now have bad RAM and you don't even know. For that reason, I have a quick tips video instructing you how to download and use a free utility called memtest86. If memtest86 says your RAM is good, it's probably good, but no guarantee. If memtest86 says your RAM is bad, it's bad. No question or doubt. You cannot fix bad RAM. You just pull, if you have multiple RAM modules, you pull one at a time until the error goes away and put back the ones, you know what I'm saying? It's just a process of elimination, and then you'll be left with the one that's bad, and you may have many RAM manufacturers offer a lifetime warranty. On the other hand, you may not miss it. RAM is rarely required for anything to work. It just works faster. If your system was unstable, for example, so you add more RAM, now it'll be unstable faster. If the reason it was unstable was not RAM related. So by adding RAM, we're adding performance to a point of diminishing returns depending on how you use the computer or the applications that you use, how they're coded and written to utilize available RAM. Some people benefit, some people don't. It's unique to the individual, the software, the version of the software, and how it's being used, and how often it's being used. I mean, look, if it's something very specific that's RAM intensive that you use once a week for 20 minutes, who cares? If you have 16 gigs of RAM and you only use 14 gigs of it, and then you bump to 32 or 64 gigs of RAM, you're still only using 14 gigs of it. RAM is keyed. It only goes in one way. Align the groove in the RAM module with the notch and the socket. If it's backwards, if you flip it the other way around, it's pretty easy to identify. The notch in the RAM module is not in the middle. It's offset. But not married to Cardi B. That's a different offset. Most of you probably didn't get that. That's all right. For those of you who did, you're younger than I thought. Manufacturers like to put tape over their logos. Be damned with scratches and nicks and marks on the RAM module, but don't let the logo go unprotected. Practice safe logo. We're using the gray sockets. Your motherboard manual will identify which 2 sockets are recommended if you're only going to use 2 of 4. We always want to use 2. We don't want to use 1. It'll work, but it just doesn't work as well. And by using 2 together, they complete something called dual channel optimization, which improves performance at no additional cost to you, but you got to put it in the right sockets, and you got to use a matching pair. Together, they're stronger. Stronger? Better. Better, faster. Or don't. It'll still work. It'll be fine. The world won't come crashing down. The computer will still boot. Windows will still install. Your programs will still run. Just not optimally. But you won't know. Maybe. Probably. Yeah. Let's go with that. Okay. Rubbing alcohol and Q-tips. Now, there are different there are different alcohol contents to rubbing alcohol. I was at this, at Walmart, and I saw a rubbing alcohol that was like 70% alcohol, and I saw one that was like 90% alcohol. I thought, that's kind of weird. I mean, wouldn't you always want the one with the higher alcohol content? Nope. Nope. No. Depends why you're using it. If you are using it to clean a wound, you need water in the alcohol. Pure alcohol will not help you. Don't take 90+% rubbing alcohol and try and disinfect a wound with it. You'll cause more harm than good. Alcohol contents of 90+% in rubbing alcohol are typically used for cleaning purposes, electronics. In fact, I have a link in my Amazon store specifically to a 99% rubbing alcohol that says for electronics cleaning purposes. Okay, so if you have this high alcohol rubbing alcohol laying around, do not use it for anything other than cleaning electronics. Or you know what, you do what you want, but I did my part, man. I did my part. We're just gonna clean the surface of this brand new CPU because I've been getting my human all over it. And there's oils on your skin, and there may be, I don't know, contamination that was not there until I handled it. Will this actually make any difference in the efficacy of the thermal compound that we as human beings would be able to notice? Probably not. But over time, it could cause the thermal compound to prematurely deteriorate. So ideally, it's a minimal effort to just do things right and make sure that we're giving the system all the right foundation from the get-go to have a successful life ahead of it. Reliable, fast, quiet, trouble-free. And while this doesn't guarantee that, it certainly stacks the odds in our favor, and it doesn't hurt anything at all. Rubbing alcohol will evaporate on its own, so give that a minute to do just that. And I can get my glove. It looks like we're going to go over 4 hours today, unfortunately, because I am a glutton for punishment. Fits like a glove. Huh? Am I right? Speak the truth. I really need to hook the rear case fan up and get some nylon cable ties on here now before I apply the heat sink. So I could put the thermal compound on, but you know what? Let's I don't like having to now touch the glove all over the parts I'm going to be using. Let's take care of that first. In the box that came with the case, the little hardware screws and stuff, you'll see there were some nylon zip ties. Look, these are cheap. You should have extras, and you're not gonna. This isn't enough cable ties to do their whole system. It's nice to give you a few, but it's it's like sitting down to dinner and somebody gives you a bite-sized morsel. That's not going to fill you up. So this is a nice gesture, but it's nowhere near enough of what we're going to need to finish the cable management. But since we got them, hey, it's free. Let's use them. Or it's not free. It's at no additional cost with the case. Buy one, get one free. Well, give me the free one. Well, you got to buy one. Well, then it's not free. That's at no additional cost. If it's at no additional cost, you should say it's at no additional cost. Don't tell me it's free. Somebody's very literal. I mean what you say what you mean. Why is that so hard? Why do you got to play games? Because it results in sales, Carrie. Oh, so if you were honest, you wouldn't get as many sales? Now you're with us. Oh, well, that justifies it. Can we have the free one? There is no free one. It's at no additional cost. This doesn't have to be perfect. All I want to do is more or less keep the same fold that came from the manufacturer. We wanted to get that metal wire tie off of there because it's metal. Metal can ground things and cause shorts. And even though that metal twist tie is wrapped around the cable, in time it will become quite often brittle. It will break and then it'll start floating around in your computer. Who knows where it'll end up? And if it makes a short circuit to the back of the motherboard or anything else electronic inside of your power supply, if your fan were facing up, for example, could fall right in. Bad times over something at such a little cost to replace one of these is a fraction of a penny in most cases here in the US. As a minor investment to protect your $800 or $1,000 plus computer, it just seems like a smart thing to do. Because if the nylon gets brittle and breaks off, it won't cause a short circuit. It's not conductive. I'm going to take the fan and we're going to plug it right up here. Let's see if I get it on the right pins this time, huh? Now, I really probably should get a new glove because I screwed that up. What a waste. There goes 3/10 of a penny. That's like a whole view for a month. That's, you know what that is in YouTube, buddy? That's like 6 mid-roll ads. How does this work? Does anybody remember Howie Mandel's stand-up comedy in the 1980s? He used to put these on his head and blow them up. And we thought it was hilarious. And that and Gallagher smashing watermelons with a sledge-o-matic, comedy gold. The surface of the CPU has been cleaned disinfected. It's not disinfected, it's cleaned. It's decontaminated. Let's go with that. Thermal compound. As I mentioned, there's a lot in here. Doesn't look like it. I mean, it's not even barely full. Somewhere behind the label is where the line is on there. Somewhere. You might be able to see that. Believe it or not, there's probably three applications, maybe more. Depends on how miserly you are when you apply it. Look, simply put, the thermal compound helps transfer the heat off of the internal heat spreader. The underside of that internal heat spreader also has thermal compound, not so nicely applied. You don't want to look under there, or you're not going to like what you see. So focusing on perfecting the lack of air bubbles and perfect spread of thermal compound on your internal heat spreader is only covering the outside of the thermal heat spreader. And just because you can't see the underside of the thermal heat spreader doesn't mean that the manufacturer took all the care you took. They got the job done quickly and effectively, cost effectively, using the cheapest thermal material that will do the job applied in the fastest way possible. But let's just focus on the outside. Okay, let's just do that. Let's delid the stupid thing, and then maybe we can get 1 degree Celsius cooler because, you know, the CPU will run exactly the same. And then we'll just put some on there, right? Whatever, it's good enough. If it's better to put too little on and start with that if you're not certain. I've done this enough times. You know, get it in the ballpark. This is not a precise science. And feel free, if you have any doubt of how this works, feel free. Thermal compound is very inexpensive. And try different thermal compounds and try different application methods and measure your temps. Knowing that your room temperature is always changing, you have to allow for a variance. And then come back and tell me what difference you found. And if you find a difference, I'm going to question your methodology because you probably weren't doing it, you weren't measuring it accurately, or you're choosing to see something because you want to see it. But hey, look, if it makes you happy, I'm good. Like, I don't care. I don't care. If you want to dab it on, you want to squeeze it on, and if you want to wave chicken bones over your head and rotate 3 times, chanting over and over, and then, hey, I'm good with it. I'm fine with it. It's fine. No problem. It's cool. You do that. Now, with the thermal material on and the power connector and the fan header on, I don't need to get my hand up in this corner anymore, which is important, because once I put this monster on there, it's going to go on this way. This is going to make it very difficult for me to work on the system. The good news is, if this had a bad power supply and I had to change it, it would be faster to just take those 2 screws right here on this, those 2 screws, unscrew them and take this off, do the work I need, remove the thermal material, clean the bottom, clean the top of the CPU, reapply thermal, put it back on. It's no big deal, take 5 minutes. 5 minutes. One of the benefits of this cooler is how easy it is to install, but also to service in the future, which is unlikely, but if you have to, it's not discouraging to have to take it apart. And like a 212 Evil came a pain in the rear. Some coolers are easier than others. So if you build it right the first time and you do it all correct and you have parts that work, it's probably going to work a very long time unless you overstress it, use it in a way it wasn't intended, push it beyond its design limitations, to experiment and push it for the sake of, I don't know, something to do. There is tape on the bottom. Remember I talked about contamination and how it's a big deal with the efficacy of the thermal compound, as well as the length of time the thermal compound will last without breaking down prematurely. So what they do, they being cooler manufacturers in general, either pre-apply thermal compound to the cooler, so you don't have to do anything, you just push it on and it's taken care of, or they give you a tube of thermal compound or some thermal compound in some package. And then what they do is, this is a highly polished, clean surface that is then covered with a protective tape with a warning that you would never see. Yeah, I have removed coolers that people installed and found the tape still on it. They didn't know. Computer didn't overheat. But boy, they were so careful on how they put their thermal compound on. It was beautiful. You should have seen it. You know, that's true. And I might have done it once or twice on camera live in front of 1,000 people. But look, you know, it could happen to the best of us. Take the tape off. Only, and I mean only, when you're ready to install it. Or don't. You know what? Doesn't matter. It probably won't make any difference. But look, it's got to come off anyway. There's no benefit to taking it off any earlier. You know, you're a rebel. You're a rebel. Jam it on there. It'll be fine. It's consumer electronics. It's going to work. It's going to be fine. You might need to service it sooner, but yeah, it'll be all right. Be fine. You got it. Now, I will lay the case back down. Man, this is a big, heavy cooler. We want to work with gravity, make our life a little easier. It does, unfortunately, not give you a very good view. I don't have my buddy Mitch here to hold the camera, but we'll get back to that soon enough. When you look at this cooler, you'll notice one screw sticks out. The other screw is more or less underneath. We discussed this, remember? This side that sticks out, this is going to go towards your RAM. And the reason for that is this is where the fan is going to go. We want the fan and the RAM to be close together so that the air blows through the heatsink and then out the back of the case, where the fan on the back of the case is also moving in the same direction, assisting that air out, which creates a natural vacuum that will draw air in as needed from the front of the case without any assistant fan. It's called nature. It's how it works. It's been working that way before you were born. I'm sorry. I had no say in it. So if you want to add an additional fan, you can, but the vacuum is created by nature, and it supplies the air through the ventilation holes in the case that it needs to pull in. But it creates more dust. You know what? It doesn't mean you still, do I sound exhausted? Okay. Positive air pressure, negative air pressure. Give me a break. You need to be opening up this case, if you care about your computer and you're proud of your build, no matter where you live, a minimum of once a year, and blow the dust out of it. And if you have any filters, like this case has a filter. See right down here, it's a filter. If you never clean this, you're a monster. A monster. You are suffocating your power supply. Take this off and throw it away if you can't be bothered to clean it once a year. This is going to suffocate your computer if you don't clean it. Positive or negative air pressure don't apply to your power supply. This is an enclosed ecosystem. The air goes in here and it comes out here. It never enters the case. This filter sits down on the floor if you're putting your computer on the floor, and is a very expensive vacuum cleaner. And you will suffocate this power supply. But hey, at least your thermal compound went on good, huh? Right? All right, let's go. Positive air pressure. That's a thing. What does it mean? It means you get less dust. Oh, so I have to clean the computer? No, you still have to clean the computer. Just less often. Well, how often were you doing it? Like once a week? No, like once a year. So now you don't have to do it once a year? No, you should still do it once a year. Gravity. Set the CPU heatsink on top of the CPU with the screw that sticks out towards the RAM. Use the included screwdriver, and don't tighten the screw. Just pick one, either one, don't care. Start it. Then stop. Go to the other one, start it. If you go too far with one, it's tilting, and then you won't be able to get the other screw started, because now it's going to try and go into the hole on an angle, and then you will force it, maybe. Instead of unscrew, you will force the other one to go in on an angle. You will cross thread it, and it won't sit flat, and you'll say, that cooler doesn't work as well as Carrie said it did. You'll still be turning the same number of turns. You'll still be exerting the same amount of effort, but we're going to just balance it and distribute it across the two screws as equally as reasonable. It doesn't have to be perfect. So at first, we're just going to start. So I'll go with the screw that's visible because it's super easy to see it. And I want to feel that go in, and it's started. It's a couple threads in the hole. Good, good. We're going to feed the screwdriver down the hole in the top of the heatsink until it aligns. You might have to wiggle it around, feel for it. You'll feel it. Sometimes it gets off on a wonky angle. I think I got it. And we'll give that a couple of... We can turn this one a little bit more. Now it's starting to tilt this way. So we'll go to the other side. And we're going to, 6, 7 rotations. Come back around. Rotations of my hand, not the driver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now they're equal, so we can go a little further. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll come to the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Sure. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, no. Dead stop. Perfect. Other side can now go to a dead stop as well. Done. To attach a fan, real easy on the side moving fine. We got the 4-wire hangers right here. And we're going to take these, let's see, you just need 2 of them. The other 2 are for an optional additional fan, which is completely unnecessary for any build you ever see me do. But you're different, so, you're special. You probably want that optional fan. Don't let me tell you what to do. Now, when we have, I wasn't a big fan of these wire hangers when they first came out. I just felt they weren't very secure. I was used to screws, like a Corsair Hyper 212 Evo had these plastic clips that screwed in and they secured and they locked. It made me feel like I got something done, That's not going anywhere. This one doesn't feel so secure, but I've never seen any negative consequence despite my lack of faith. It still works quite well. It's actually a little easier and faster, but it goes against my imagination. It's funny how reality does that. So I have seen the light with the ingenuity behind what is a very simple design and is definitely feels, if you've had my experience, it feels flimsy, but yet I've shipped computers across the United States, just never had one fall off for any reason whatsoever, traveling or not, shipping or not, how it's shipped, how far it's going, never fallen off. Yes, it works. That's why I say, you can theorize things all day. You can spend 2 hours theorizing the result of a test that would take you 10 minutes to complete and know definitively what the response is or what the answer to the puzzle is. And experience rules for that reason. Now, I want the fan to go on. You see how that middle part spins? See that logo spinning? But on this side, the logo doesn't spin. This is the motor, and this is the side the air is coming out of. So the air is going to, on all computer fans, the air is going to come into the spinning logo side of the fan, and it's going to obviously come out the other side. So I want the fan to go on and to push air through this. You bring the air in here, push it through this. This fan also pre-installed by Corsair in the same direction, designed to pull air from here and then blow it out the back. So they're working together in tandem in the same flow, maybe at different RPMs, different rotations, and different the airflow measurements, but effectively that's not important. This is not experimental electronics. This is not MIT. That's not important. What is important is we're not pushing the air against each other. We don't want to reverse the direction of the fan. We preferably don't want the heatsink up and down, although you can. You generally don't want that. The cutouts for the RAM are there only in this orientation. It's the only way it works. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Now, I am going to proactively wire manage this cable, because once this goes on, it'll be hard to do any wire management to it. So I kind of, you look at the way it came out of the bag or out of the box, and the cable's coming out of the middle. It's overlapping itself. I don't like that at all. That's That's no good. So I want the cable to just be one level of thickness with no overlapping, no interweaving. We can just rest it on top of itself. Pretty easy and effortless. I'm going to guesstimate how much I need. Anything is an improvement over the amount of slack that we're going to have. So it doesn't have to be precise. It's just give me a little bit of wiggle room here on the end, and give me a little bit of wiggle room on the other side, and tie it up in the middle. And you don't want it too taut, because then it will pull itself right out of the socket, and you'll keep falling out on its own, and you'll just go crazy that you made it too tight. So give it a little slack, give it a little room to play and move, give it some elbow room, give it some personal space. And I'm going to use 2 nylon zip ties to make it look super pretty that nobody's ever going to see. Okay, then we'll cut these pigtails off. One there, one there. There's one fan header located right over by the RAM. It's a different color than all the fan headers. The owner's manual will also specify. That's for the CPU fan specifically. It's monitored to ensure that the system fan for the CPU, the CPU fan is running. The BIOS will alert you often or prevent the system from booting. If you have a machine you just built and it turns on and then turns off, it may be because you didn't plug your fan header, your fan into the proper fan header, and the system is shutting down to protect itself because it thinks, hey, you don't have a CPU fan. Even though that's totally unnecessary for reasons I previously discussed. It is a carryover from earlier years. And I mean, if your CPU fan stops working and you're not actively monitoring temperatures like a regular computer user, it's nice to know if the fan stops. I had a customer contact me. Oh, here we go, another story. This is quick. Customer contacted me, said, my computer's making noise. I said, okay, well, it's basically this computer. Okay, same configuration, built a year ago. Over a year. And I said, well, the only thing that can make noise is the fan on the CPU, the fan on the power supply. There was one more. Oh, a fan on the case. Front fan's not hooked up. There's no discrete graphics. So those are the 3 fans. I said, no matter which fan it is, you don't have to stop working. Just, I mean, if it's annoying, it's annoying, but it's not affecting the computer. Just ignore it. 2 days later, because of the pandemic, I didn't want to go out there, and I don't know what fan to bring, and I don't know what CPU fan I put on. I don't remember. I said, what's the status? Because I don't want to come out there. If it's not making the noise, I won't know which fan to change. She says, oh, it's not making the noise anymore. It went away. Okay, well, let me know if it changes. But in the back of my mind, I thought, well, maybe the fan stopped spinning altogether. Well, we'll find out. If it's important, we'll know. I finally got over there last night, and I took a look at the system, and it's exactly this. It's the Scythe Mugen 5. It's an old Lian Li case with the power supply up here. And then I got a bundle of cables because there's no cable management on that case. I just have a bundle. And I think the bundle bumped up against the fan momentarily. Maybe the cleaners bumped it, and then somehow it shifted back. But I inspected the power supply fan. I shined a flashlight up into the power supply that's up here on that Lian Li case. Fan's turning fine. Visually inspected the fan on the Scythe and the rear case fan, also a rear case fan in the same location on the Lian Li. Both were spinning. That's the total of fans. It was completely silent. Perfect. I don't know what that was. No idea. Best guess is that bundle of cables I put a nylon zip tie on right here. Maybe kind of we're touching the fan to the cooler, but this heatsink is so big, even if the fan's not spinning, based on the usage that this computer's being used for Word and Outlook and PowerPoint and Excel, watching some videos, the heatsink in and of itself is probably enough to dissipate the heat to prevent any heat issues. Regardless of that, it's mentally noted if that problem were to come back, but it was surprising because it is this exact configuration, and I've never had that complaint before. On the other hand, I also don't use 15-year-old cases and repurpose them like I have for this customer. So I just thought that was interesting. Now I'm going to plug in the power connector first because otherwise the fan will be in our way. And then I want the cable coming out of the bottom corner to keep it aesthetically pleasing so we don't see it. And we don't want the cable wrapped around so that it could potentially get loose and then get hung up in the fan and stop it from spinning. So with that, there are grooves also cut out in the Mugen 5 for the fan to sit in, which is really nice. It reassures you you're locating it properly. And furthermore, it doesn't cover up any of your RAM. So if you have some nice RGB RAM, you can see it instead of covering it up with your cooler, wasting money and time for a part you cannot benefit from because you just covered it with your giant cooler. So the Scythe Mugen 5 keeps all of that in consideration. You would partially have some RAM covered on the left side if it was a X299 system or something like that. But yeah, we have lots of room. There's the last RAM socket's right there. I mean, if there was another RAM socket, we still have enough room. And furthermore, if the RAM was super tall, we can raise the fan as needed. It doesn't have to sit where I put it. I can bring it up a couple of millimeters or even a quarter of an inch or more. It's still going to massively push air through that radiator. But because that's not an issue, I push the fan as far as it goes. The bottom of the fan hits the top of that mounting screw that I use to secure the cooler. That's as far down as it'll go. And then I latch those metal brackets on. That's it. The build is done. At this point, I don't want to install the graphics card because maybe the graphics card is bad. I don't know. It becomes one more point of diagnostic if what we've done so far isn't working. Best to limit what the problem is now. So don't be too anxious trying to slap everything together at once. We're going to keep it simple, and we want to just use the internal graphics on our chip currently to verify everything we've done currently is working as it should. We can update the BIOS if need be. We can install Windows 10. We can verify it all works. And then we can do things like add an optical drive, add another storage drive, put the graphics card in, load the drivers. And if any problems occur along that process, you've isolated it immediately to the last thing you did. So, but if you do it all at once, you're like, it'll be fine, and you're optimistic and positive thinking, maybe it'll work out for you. But if it doesn't, you've got a lot more diagnostic work ahead. HDMI cable, onboard video, integrated graphics, back of the I/O shield, plugged in, done. Keyboard and mouse. I like this little Wi-Fi keyboard. Wi-Fi? I like this little wireless keyboard and mouse, not Bluetooth. Bluetooth is for phones and tablets. People using Bluetooth on desktop, I don't understand. It's too much money, it's got a pair. Stupid. But hey, look, I don't have to live with it. Do what you want. Now, last thing I have to connect, so I'm just connecting three things. Keyboard and mouse dongle, the output, a video, finally power. Power, I traditionally like to hook that up last. Make sure the switch on the back of the power supply is off to avoid a voltage surge. Not that it's likely, but doesn't hurt. Now I can flip the switch to the on. Oh, no, I can't. Remember I mentioned all these front port umbilicals? I didn't hook those up. But this is really, really super easy. Looking on the back of the case, I'm excited. I want to see if it works. So I'm not even going to hook any of these up. I'm just going to hook up the switches and lights. Let's just do the switches and lights. I'm going to leave the USB and audio because that'll take 2 more seconds and I can't be bothered right now. I want to see this boot. So we're going to bring the 4 cables in, 1 for the reset switch, 1 cable for the power switch, 1 cable for the hard drive LED, 1 cable for the power LED, 1 cable at a time, and before you know it, it looks like the back of your entertainment center. Now, if I start with the hard drive LED, that would be easier. So the hard drive LED on the Corsair 200R, the words HDD LED on the connector will face the bottom so you can't see them, and it's going to go on pretty much every ATX and micro ATX motherboard. It's going to go, there's a big connector in the bottom right corner of all the boards from ASRock, Asus, MSI, and Gigabyte, and it goes on the first 2 pins on the bottom row horizontally. Do not put these cables on up and down. They go side by side. Then, what do we have? Power switch, we don't want that yet. It'll get in our way. What else we have? Reset switch. Reset switch can go up with the words up or the words down. I do the rest of these cables with the words up so that when I'm working on a system, I can identify them. But since they all go in the same place, it's pretty much easy to know what they are. That's called OCD. This reset switch goes on the next 2 pins on the bottom row of right beside, bumping up against the hard drive LED cable that we just put on. That's it for the bottom row. You won't use the rest of the bottom row. Now we focus on the top row, starting with the power LED, which is separated into a positive and negative cable. This is done because there's often 2-pin or 3-pin power LED configurations on motherboards from 20 years ago. Again, it doesn't make any sense to me. NZXT cases often just plug one connector in and be done with it. Why is that not standard? I don't know. So because we can move positive and negative wherever we want them, I can put the words facing up and that makes my OCD happy. And I want positive on the left, negative on the right with the words facing up. But then that's going to go on the first 2 pins directly above the hard drive LED. Those first 2 pins on the top row directly above the hard drive LED. Okay, we have 1 cable left. I said it was 1 cable at a time. That's the power switch. It can go on up or down, right side up, upside down. I like the words facing up. This goes on the 2 pins beside the power LED directly above the reset switch. Basically using 4 pins across the top, 4 pins across the bottom. And the beauty is, it's the first 4, starting from the left. So you're not dealing with having to count 6 pins over from the right and stand on 1 foot and do the hokey pokey and turn yourself about. This is super easy in every motherboard from every manufacturer that is ATX or micro ATX, with few exceptions that I can't even think of one, but there's probably somebody out there doing something stupid. That is an industry standard unofficially, I guess, but that is how you would do it with that motherboard in this case. And pretty much every system you ever see me build, unless it's mini ITX, then the rules are a little different. But we can turn it on. I don't have to worry about front USB right now or front audio. I don't need it right now. It has no impact on determining if the system's going to boot or not. Right? That's just optional stuff, which we are going to hook up. But I just want to do this because I've taken way too long and way behind schedule. So looking at the computer and verifying once again, switch on the power supply is now in the on position. With our front port switches hooked up, I should be able to hit the power button and see the fans spinning. Now the CPU fan is not spinning, and that's because, anybody want to guess? It's not seated on the... I have a very unique talent lately of putting a connector on in an impossible way. It's a 4-pin connector going onto a 4-pin plug, and somehow I'm off by 1 pin. How did I do that? I don't know how I did it. But my first clue was the fan didn't turn. So pull it off, realign it, maybe take a little more care this time. What's your name? Carrie? Yeah. What do you think there, buddy? You think it's going to spin this time? See, I didn't even let it boot. I said, oh, that's not spinning. Not going to cause any harm. It's not going to overheat, but let's make it right, you know? One step at a time. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Flip the power switch back on. Always switch it off when you're working inside the case. And we'll hit the power switch. Now the fan is spinning, rear fan is spinning. Never hooked up the front fan, that's not supposed to spin. Red light on the motherboard is on, and it appears that it's trying to boot. Let's go to the second input on the capture card and see what we can see. We're already at the BIOS screen. Remember, we don't have an operating system, so it has nothing to boot to. Now, the first couple times it's going to reset itself as it adjusts for the memory and the CPU. That's what the BIOS does. And it'll do this 1 time and let it do it. Just don't interfere. Don't panic. Don't worry. This is normal. Once it's done, it'll bring us into the BIOS, or it'll give us a message that there's no bootable device. Either way, it's acceptable and normal. We're rebooting again. I'm not touching anything. This is all happening automatically. The BIOS is self-adjusting and self-programming. Now, it's got what it needs. If I move over to where it says system, just go to the right. Up at the top, you see at the top it says MIT. And system, we go to system, and we get a BIOS. We know the latest BIOS is 15D, right? If you joined me yesterday, and you know I already have that BIOS already downloaded on a flash drive. So What do you think I'm about to do right now? I'm going to update that BIOS, and I still have it, right? It's pretty unusual that I would use the same motherboard so many times. Normally I erase a BIOS file when I'm done with it. And this one, pretty popular configuration. A lot of customers are ordering. Now, give it a minute to acknowledge the flash drive. It may not. I may have to restart. Let's find out. Let's switch back over to input 2. And then we'll go to the flash drive, over to BIOS, a little right arrow over to BIOS. No, that's not what I want. I want to go down here. There's a little arrow right down here, and it says Q flash. And I want to take that and then update BIOS. Whoops, I double clicked when I should have single clicked. It does see the flash drive. Perfect. Double click on that file. That's our 15D latest BIOS for the H370 HD3 motherboard from Gigabyte. And if I didn't double click it fast enough, it sits there, and I'll double click it again. Now we're good to go. Intact is highlighted in yellow. That's the default. That's what you want. You can click it or hit enter and then leave it alone. Just leave it alone. Don't touch anything. Don't touch the keyboard. Don't touch the mouse. Leave it alone, and chances are everything's going to be okay. Don't pick at it. It won't heal. Just leave it alone. This is going to take about 90 seconds to 2 minutes. I know it's forever. And this is going to give us the latest security, the latest performance, the latest updates, the best up-to-date optimization of the compatibility and performance of the motherboard, like not letting us set the date to 100 years in the future by mistake. And we're doing this to avoid problems the BIOS fixes, being proactive, rather than waiting to have a problem and then solving it reactively, typically in a really bad time. If there was a bad time for something to happen, that's when it's going to happen. So by being proactive and putting these steps in place now, the customer will never know they avoided a problem. They'll never know because they never had the problem, because I took care of this before they had the problem. That's a little inception, right? You'll see the BIOS update is pretty straightforward. It's not risky. It's not 1992 anymore. It isn't. I checked. And in just a moment, when it finishes the BIOS update, which is at 97%, it's going to restart itself. It even warns you, I'm rebooting in 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh, it goes to 0. So technically it rebooted in 6 seconds, not 5. Oh. It lies. Now, it says no signal. That's because the system is refreshing itself. Give it a moment. It's going to restart maybe a couple of times. That's normal. Don't freak out. Don't panic. This, on some motherboards, may even take up to 90 seconds before any video activity occurs. And if you interrupt it because you think something's wrong, you just made something wrong. So don't panic. Relax. Deep breath. Reboot. As many times as you want. Ah, look, it's done now. It wasn't so bad. I barely got 3 breaths then. Could have just held the 1. Namaste. Over here, BIOS version. What is it? Oh, sorry. Under system, what is it? 15D. That's what we want it to be. Okay. Super easy. Super easy. Okay. With that, we'll shut the system off. Remove the BIOS flash drive. I have 5 more of these motherboards, so I suspect I'll be needing that again very soon. I have a Windows 10 USB installation media that's free and legal, and you can download it and make it yourself. It's the activation part that costs money, okay? The installation and download of the media to create a bootable flash drive is free, and Microsoft wants you to do it. Take it for a test run. Go for it. And when you want to activate it, give us some money. I'm going to plug that into any blue USB port. It's blue because that's a fast USB flash drive, and if I plug it into USB 2, then it'll be limited by the speed. So if I move it an inch up, it goes far slower. Turn it back. Oh, did I turn that off? I didn't turn that off. We'll just turn this back on now. Because the M.2 NVMe drive is brand new, it's never been partitioned, it's never been formatted, the system has nothing to boot from. The only thing it can possibly boot from, because there's only one storage device, the only thing it can boot from is the flash drive, which I don't have to tell the BIOS to do. By the time I clicked over, it's so fast, it's already waiting for me. Okay, I'm just gonna do the same thing I always do here. Just click next, hit install now, and then we're gonna get, I don't know what, the end user license agreement or something. Oh, it wants a product key. I don't have a product key. That's what I click every single time. Even if I do, I don't tell it yet. It says, okay, well, when you put a product key in, what's it gonna be for? Well, it's gonna be for Windows 10 Pro. If you screw this part up, you'll have to start over again. Or buy a new product key, whatever you want to do. Hit next. And then we have the end user license agreement, and then we do custom install right here. And now it sees our single storage device. If you are going to build a new system with multiple storage devices, don't be so anxious. Install one storage device. Then you won't be confused when it's time to install Windows, where it goes. I had a live video where I had two different solid state drives of a similar size and could not identify which one was which. There's no way for me to tell. It broke my own rule. So if you only have one drive installed, you can only install to one drive. Once the install's done, you can shut the system off and then hook your other drives up. Not like you need them right now anyway. So we only have one choice. All we can do is click next. And now it will automatically partition, automatically format, and then install Windows 10. And watch how fast this happens. So when you hear people online talking about any criticism about the performance of this system, or the CPU is mismatched with the motherboard, or any of the other nonsense mumbo jumbo, what they're telling you is, this isn't fast enough for them. And when you find out what is fast enough for them, you may not perceptibly notice anything. And they will insist, that's 4 milliseconds faster. And it's up to you to decide if that's important to you. Now, how the system's being used, that could actually make a difference, but in all likelihood, it's not a common computer user that pushes the system that hard. It's a pretty rare user. But you might be one of those users. But if you are one of those users, you already know that. And nothing I tell you will change what you prioritize as far as performance. But for the rest of everyone else, look, it's already finished the installation files. It's going to do the first of 3 reboots. I'm not touching anything. Hands off. It's all happening automatically. It is now no longer booting from the flash drive. It is now booting from the internal M.2 drive. I can remove that flash drive right now. Everything Windows needs to complete is on the M.2. I didn't have to adjust anything in the BIOS. I didn't have to worry about compatibility and QVL lists. I just turned it on and plugged it in and clicked enter. And look at how fast it is. The proof is right there. There's no fancy video editing, and I'm not a shill for any product because it doesn't pay well. So, no, I mean, this is what it is. No matter how you choose, where you choose to stand and look at it from different angles, doesn't change it. It's still what it is. Sometimes, when you look at something differently, it can change what you're looking at. But in this case, it's a computer, and it will perform exactly the same no matter how you choose to look at it. Now, if that meets your needs, great. And if it doesn't, you can spend more money and perhaps do a more complex build. There's our second reboot. Did you catch that? Did you blink? Did you see how fast that was? Too slow? Not quick enough? My Keurig isn't even ready yet. Used to be, you could go make a cup of coffee and come back from the amount of time it took, Windows 3.1 to load or Windows 95 to load. Okay, time for a little more user involvement. It is United States, yes. It's a US keyboard, yes. Any other keyboard? No secondary language. And do you want to connect to the internet? I do not, because if I do right now, it's going to force me to create an online account and not give me the option. It absolutely will refuse to allow me to create a local account. It is imperative during the install I am not connected to the internet if I want to create a local account. So I have to tell it twice, and it's in fine print in the lower left corner. And then we got to give the user, the Windows user a name, which in this case will be Roy. I wish I could read my screen because it's about yay big. I think I typed it correctly. Did I? Yeah, I did. And then I'll hit enter, and I'm not going to put a password in because it's not even secure anyway. Then we get to this telemetry stuff, and I usually turn everything off but location settings. I leave location settings on so the computer can adjust the time zone and time automatically. I find that very convenient. Cortana, I'm going to say no to twice. And then it goes through its final process of configuration, which will lead us to the desktop. So technically, it's 2 reboots, not 3, right? And once we get to the desktop, we can verify the amount of RAM we've plugged in is being recognized, and we've got the right CPU. We can do all that. It's probably just fine. We can get to plug the internet in, and then it'll say, hey, you plugged an internet connection in. Do you want to create a Microsoft account? No. And then you can go to Windows Update, and you can download your updates, reboot, check for updates again, reboot, repeat as necessary until there are no more Windows updates. Install the Samsung NVMe driver, the Samsung Magician software, make sure that the software is up to date, the firmware is up to date. Optimize Windows with Uncle Carrie's Windows optimization tool. Then I can install the graphics card, install the latest graphics driver from NVIDIA, and I can run the benchmarks to make sure the graphics card is performing the way that it should be. I'm not looking for a specific number, but a range. If it's within range, it's fine. I can run Prime 95 and work the heck out of the processor for 20, 30 minutes, make sure that the processor never exceeds 85C, which I know it won't, but just to make sure. And then I will activate Windows, because then I know everything works. If I activate Windows too soon, I found out I have a bad motherboard, and then I have to get a new motherboard and RMA it, and the Windows license was now tied to the motherboard, and now I have to call Microsoft and explain this it's a pain in the butt, and there was no purpose behind it other than being impatient and optimistic everything was going to be okay. So I want to just check everything as thoroughly as possible. Activate it is one of the last things. And then, of course, I'll hook up the front fan. I'll hook up the USB 3 header, the audio header. I'll do the cable management. I'll slap the panels back on it. I'll get it shipped out, and we're on to the next one. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is today's build. Extended to be as long as possible. I don't know if I could have made this take any longer. It's almost an art form to take a 2-hour job and stretch it to 4 hours and 41 minutes. That's a talent. Now, I'm just going to hit the power button. It's going to cycle off. Watch how fast that cycles off. It's there it goes. Fans are stopping, light is off. You can turn that light on and off in the BIOS. You can disable that. It's the same build you've seen numerous times on this channel. All the connections are the same, all the performance is the same, everything's the same. Even the graphics card, how many of those have I installed? GeForce GTX 1660, 6 or 7 of those. Take it or leave it, depending on your needs, on how you're going to use the system. The system works without it just fine, but it may not do what you want it to do. So spend some money. If you don't need to spend the money because everything's doing is what you need it to do, then save a little money and save a little effort. Decide for yourself, man. Okay. Has anybody eaten, used the bathroom in the last 4 hours and 40 minutes? No? It's totally normal. Now I got to get the other system up that I built last week, and I got to cable manage it. I got to get the panels on it, and then I got to see if I can still get it delivered tonight. It's another long night. It's good to be busy. Keeps me out of jail. Ryan Grady with a $2 contribution said, let's start a donation train. I don't know what that is, but I love the sound of it. Thanks, Ryan. Joe Biacardi with $4.99. How come never again The Dancer by Flock of Seagulls was never a hit. It's one of my favorite songs by them. Oh, you don't want to get me started on this. I never heard of that song. I've never heard it. So there's a song by Foreigner called 17 on the Foreigner 4 album, which I had on cassette tape on my boombox, and I would let it play. I normally just want to hear the hits. And there were a lot of hits on the Foreigner 4 album. And there was a song called 17. I love the guitar riff. I love the lyrics. Everything about it is awesome. Why was that not a hit? There's some questions that only the universe knows. It was not meant to be. Arvid Blaris, watching us from Norway, contributes $24.99 Norwegian kroner. Hey Arvid, thank you for your continued generosity. Kevin Rank, or Ranky, contributes $5. He says, is your data loss sticker on your website misspelled on purpose? I think it is, and it makes me giggle. Hi from the mitten. Data loss. So I have a site, CarrieHolzmanShop.com or shopcarrieholzman.com. Either one. They both work. And my sister controls it, so she manipulates it, changes it, and offers us, stuff. She has my full trust and support. And welcome to Carrie's YouTube merch store. Case badges. Cars don't win races without stickers. It's not what I say. I say cars without stickers don't win races. When have you ever seen a car win a race that didn't have any stickers on it? It's pretty obvious those stickers make those cars go faster, right? Sure, why not? Data loss. What does it say? Stickers do not make PCs run faster. Carrie's guarantee is not a guarantee. I love that. I absolutely love that. Power is in your hands. Mouse pad. We still have some of those left. Oddly, I thought they would be gone. Still back up or shut up. Where's there about data loss? Data loss. Data loss. What are we talking about? I'm totally lost. You're not talking about the website. You're talking about, I don't know. Clarify that for me, Kevin. Now it bothers me. Wayne Trexler contributes $1.49. Alvin Shaver with $2 says, keep up the good work. And there's Marty still hanging in this whole stream. You're a glutton for punishment. Hey, Marty, thank you. $5 contributed by Marty. And there was a contribution, again, from Abdul Azim Patel, $7.77. And he simply says, Marty. And Kevin Ranky contributes $8.88 and says, Abdul. Jim Majka contributes $10. It doesn't participate in that conversation. Dodged a bullet there, Jim. Thomas Robinson with £1.99. Blackwatch with $2 Canadian. Rockin' Rob with $2, saying just because, entertaining and informative as usual. Dean Browning with $5. Kevin Ranky again with $5. And he wants to know, do I have any of the rainbow chips I sent left over? Are you kidding me? Was that like a month, 2 months? Those were gone in 3 days. But I will be back in Michigan this time next month, where I can buy them at Meijer all day, all night, 24/7. I'll fill a bathtub with them. Thank you for sending those. Daniel Paxton with $5 says, Carrie, if I replace my M.2 drive and create another Windows 10, will my motherboard keep my Windows activation? No, the Windows servers keep your motherboard activation. The Windows servers has nothing to do with, it's nothing that your motherboard does. It's a serial number assigned to your board. It's a unique identifier. So yes, if you change anything but the motherboard and you reinstall Windows 10, select that you don't have a product key. It wants to know what version of Windows 10 your product key is for. If you answer that wrong, it will not automatically reactivate. But if you answer that correctly, then you go through the whole process, just like I showed in the video today. And at the very end, when you can connect it to the internet and go to Windows Update, once it does the first round of Windows updates and restarts, I think on the restart, you'll find your Windows automatically was reactivated and your product key was reassigned by the Windows servers that recognize the serial number of your motherboard. Now, if there's nothing wrong with your Windows installation, you could simply clone it using a tool like Macrium, Reflag, Acronis, blah, 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 blah. I've demonstrated Acronis time and time again. And even the new M.2 drive will come with a free version of Acronis. Everybody does it but Samsung. And Samsung provides their own utility. You could still use Acronis if you pay for it. And the free version that comes with all the other M.2 drives other than Samsung, the free version of Acronis only functions as a cloning. It won't do anything else. But then you don't have to worry about that. But if you want to do a clean install, the activation will automatically happen as long as you don't change the motherboard. Troll McTrollington with $5 Canadian, just joining the donation train. Why does that sound dirty? Kevin Reiki with $5 says, Carrie, the sticker, backup, or shut up is missing the L in data loss. That is funny. I never noticed that. Is it supposed to be that way? Sure. Yeah. Yeah. It's it's funny. I don't know. A good friend of the channel and viewer, Stephen Boker, makes these bumper stickers and anything that's a sticker that I use, except for the case badges, because those are metal and engraved. But he does, print on vinyl and stuff, and really good quality, good material, bright colors, vivid. I did not notice that before. Mark M contributes $5. He says, also just because, keep the gravy train rolling. I appreciate it. Guys, thank you so much for joining me today. Still just shy of 1,000 viewers. If you enjoy the video, please, you can hit that thumbs up button. Or you know what? Don't be bothered. I don't care. You just do it or don't. Whatever. I know it's so much to ask. Turning into Rex Sanchez. How pathetic am I? Don't answer that question. Should I say to subscribe like every YouTube content creator does in every video? Please be sure to like and subscribe. Be sure to, hey guys, if you enjoy the video, there is something about doing what everybody else does that makes me taste bile in the back of my throat. So, I don't like to do what everybody else does, and when I do it, I feel dirty. Like it if you want to like it. Subscribe to it if you want to subscribe to it. It's not like you've never heard that in any YouTube video before. Why am I perpetuating that ritual? Shame on me. Very disappointed in myself. Rochester NY87 contributes $5. He says it's probably missing the L because it's data loss. Well, that's the thing. Was it intentional? I don't know. I never noticed. Thank you for pointing it out. It's funny. I honestly don't know. We've had some drop frames on Threadripper today. We've been streaming this whole week with Thready, the 1950X. I don't know if the drop frames are because of Thready or because of my ISP. Honestly, I think Thready's actually working pretty well, but I'm still going to rip it apart. It's got it coming. Yeah. We got the 3960X from Anthony Remus and the TRX 40 socketed Asus ROG Strix, the TRX 40-XE gaming motherboard, also provided by Anthony, because these are parts that he knows work very well together without having to stand on one foot while rubbing your belly and tapping your head. And I'm looking forward to that when I have time. And I'm hoping it will reinvigorate my faith in AMD and their high-end workstations. But I wouldn't place any bets. Kevin wants to know if I will do another drunk IT support video. You know I love doing that. I do love doing it, but I have a difficult time with the workload I've got right now to goof off, apart from the goofing off I'm doing now. Yeah, I will do them again. Take a shower and get some rest. I showered. How good is this connection? Stealth Mode says, I can't wait for Thready Gen 3. So far, Thready 2.0 is working well. It's a good sign if your Thready works. Why can't I set notifications? I don't know. I have no idea. T.A. Morton Sr. says, I'm in the process of a PC build, but I need to get rid of some of my old computers. Hey, a lot of veterans in need that would really benefit from it. Evidence Savant says, Carrie, you stink. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. So what? It's not illegal. Mark M contributes $10. He says, thank you for not being that. Please like and subscribe and hit the bell. That's me. That's like me being told to wash my hands, wear a facial diaper, and stay away from people. 6 feet. Hey. Ask anybody who had coronavirus. It's no joke. It's no laughing matter. And it's all fun and games until you get it. And then your attitude will change significantly. But be safe. Stay home. Alex says, I think Carrie Holzman needs a BIOS update. That's obsolete hardware. They ain't supporting that no more. When are we going to visit the other studio? Very, very soon. I have 2 computers I have to get out to customers ASAP. And at the other studio, I'm very limited. I can't broadcast live. What I will do is I will record live from the studio, the other studio, and I'll bring it back here, and then I'll air it unedited. That's about the closest I can get. Bordura says, Carrie, stay home in Michigan. Hey, yeah, see? I love that. Let's end on that note. Something makes me smile. Home. Yeah, I miss home. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. My friends in blue, thank you for keeping it civil in the chat. We had a pretty popular chat room, and it looked like everything was cool. Like if things weren't cool, you kept me away from it. You shielded me from that stuff, and thank you. A lot of contributions, a lot of shouts out. Mark M, Rochester NY87, Mark M again. Kevin Ranky, I'm not quite sure how you pronounce your last name. Troll McTrollington, Daniel Paxton, Kevin again. Dean Browning, Rockin' Robin Blackwatch, Thomas Robinson, Jim Majka, Kevin Ranky, Abdul Azim Patel, Madi Yoel, Alvin Shaver, Wayne Trexler, Kevin Ranky, Arvid Baleares, Joe Biancardi, Ryan Grady, Squad Morel Restored, Craig Webb, John Lewis, George Z, David Austin, Ryan Grady with a $65 contribution, very generous. Manadel and Tobislin Studios, Chris Mahoney, Madi and George Z again, Rick Lakes and Sutwick's Gaming, as well as Joe Biancardi again, Rockin' Rob again, Essential Working Too Hard, Evan Root, Torched Wings, Glenn's Music, Dave Delfiore, Bob Lozier, PK Lahota, Patrick Manny. Always good to see Patrick. Don't give Patrick enough shouts out. John, Jack Wilson. Thank you so much, Jack. Wayne Trexler, Sarge Tech, Hugh Wong, a couple from Evan Root. Thanks for your sense of humor today, Evan. David Delafiore again. Glenn's Music again. Aiden Driver. Coming soon. Aiden Driver. That's a great name. Love that name. Rocket Rob. Abdul Azim Patel again. Evan Root again. Evan Root again. Michael Haricko. Ian. Frankie B. A $50 contribution. Very generous. Thank you, Frankie. Abdul Azim Patel once more. Thomas Robinson. Sharon Idle. Alan May Breyer. John Rogers. There's Madi again. PK Lahota again. Manadell and Tobisland Studios again. Digger and Big Firmware. His name's Chris. Bearpaw and Big Firmware again. Let's never forget Mr. 2316969. Everybody remembers Mr. 2316969. Very generous. Thank you for your support, Mr. 2316969. Jerry, thank you for your support. Reverend John O'Toole. Hey, Johnny. Thank you. And John Clark, Juan Velez, Thomas Robinson, Marty again, Joseph Hawkins, John Clark, and Flappity. Evan Root is dominating the contributions today. Joseph Kubiak, Stuart McMillan, Damian Jez, Wezo, Evan Root. Never saw that name before. Rocket Rob, another one. Manadell and Tobisland Studios again. Dave Delafiore again. And again, Jason and PK Lahota. One more time. Bearpaw, one more time. And the first contribution today is from Jack Craybaum with $5. I was really trying to wind us under 5 hours, and boom, just hit exactly 5 hours non-stop babble. Try it sometime. It's not easy. It's pretty easy. All right, guys, thanks so much. I will see you for 5 hours tomorrow, same time, same place. Pack a lunch, sleeping bag, change of clothes, suitcase. Just move in. I have an outro. There it is. My friends in blue, I appreciate all of your support. My friends not yet blue, be kind, be supportive, participate in the chat in a kind and supportive way. I would love nothing more to turn you blue. I just want to identify you as being a regular or somewhat regular in the chat room, not in other areas of your life. Well, that's too personal. And I want to identify you as blue. I want this whole chat room blue. And only you can make that happen. Choose wisely. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging in there. It's kind of a disjointed video today because it's a lot. For everybody who's contributing, thank you for making this possible without sponsorships or the necessity for sponsorships. And I guess I can eat. Yeah. And then finish work. And then sleep and come back and do it all again tomorrow. Why does that sound depressing? It's not. I'm having a good time. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you all again very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.